Yeah? Are you coming? Huh? Coming, Joe?
Power on. Bluetooth pairing. Bluetooth connected.
No? You coming? Huh? 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 What? Huh? Said no. Hey, Mama? Ma? You come here? I had a dream. You know? You know? You know? Come here. Please, I'm gonna tell you about it. Come here. You know? Come here. Come here. Come here, I wanna say something, you know? I just wanna tell you something, you know? You know? You know? Don't put my drink. You know? Deal? To fill my drink. To fill my drink, Deal. Deal? 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 You go to McDonald's? Huh? I took for a drink, okay? Alright? Took for my drink, Deal? 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 Deal?
Bluetooth disconnected. Bluetooth pairing. Bluetooth connected.
Oma? Oma? Schläft. Texte. But Yeah, Tom.
Please leave a message. I'll get back to you when I get.
Hello? Yeah, Tom. Hello? Come here. Over there. Well, you remember Anime Bloom?
Who?
Anime Bloom, the guy from the bowling alley who used to come all the time? Remember?
What about him?
He's a musician. I think he's a musician, I'm not sure. But he just texted me here on YouTube saying, "Hi Vinny, it's Adam. Just to let you know that Marty
Died?
BIEDON birthday party is tomorrow afternoon at the park set across the road by the Commons. Mike Chiari will be there too. Here's Mike's number, you know?"
Watch something before I go
Hey, where are you going?
out.
Where? No remote. Where's the remote?
I don't know where your remote is.
Um, I'm trying to find my remote.
When did you have it last?
Here, on the bed, you know?
Yeah, it's on the bed.
I'm not sitting on it, you know? Oh, there it is, right there. No, that's not it. Just find the remote, you know? You know? Check the blanket. You know? Check the blanket. Yeah. I'll be there. Check the blanket. Over there. See it?
Do you?
No. You? I heard it. You remember Mike and Marty, remember?
Yeah, I do.
On Marty's birthday song party, yo. Yeah? At the park, you know? Yeah? I don't know if you want to go, you know?
No, I don't.
You know what Steve Leto? Huh? Huh?
Someone stole a beacon from a lighthouse.
Yeah.
That's easy.
Welcome once again to Leto's Law. Here's Steve Leto.
Jacob sent me a note. So Steve, check out the story from Wisconsin. Have you seen this light? Beacon stolen from Wisconsin lighthouse. There's a lot going on here. And Superior, which is not far from Duluth, I've actually had my canoe in Lake Superior near where all this happened.
Oh, I smell it.
Officials say
They used to be good friends of ours, remember? Mike and Marty, you know? Remember? Remember? You know?
simply a property crime, but an act that immediately jeopardizes public safety. Felicity Deere wrote this for KARE. Is trying to find out who stole a Twin Ports lighthouse beacon, warning that the theft will lead to catastrophic vessel collisions. According to the Coast Guard Investigative Service, or the CGIS, someone or some people recently stole the beacon that was inside the Superior Entry South Breakwater Light. That's the lighthouse at the end of Wisconsin Point. Wisconsin Point is apparently a long, like, sandbar that goes out quite a distance.
You watch that with
And there's a
me?
lighthouse at the end of it.
Why?
The theft happened on May 13th, so they got an exact date. The suspects forced their way into the building and severed the power supply before taking the beacon. Now, here's the thing. The Coast Guard points out this is not simply a property crime, but an act that immediately jeopardizes public safety. Maritime aids to navigation function exactly like traffic lights and street signs on our roadways. The Superior Entry South Breakwater Light is a critical piece of safety infrastructure
You know?
that guides vessels safely into and out of the harbor, especially during the night and in poor weather conditions. That's from a press release by the CGIS. They went on to say that removing the light creates a severe hazard that could lead to catastrophic vessel collisions or even grounding. Investigators say they're aggressively pursuing all leads, and there is a $1,000 reward to anyone who offers the information that leads to an arrest. The Coast Guard Investigative Services website, and they will hook you up if you need to submit a tip. So just so you know, in case you're not familiar with this corner of the world, there are 5 Great Lakes. And Lake Superior is the one that is up and to the left on a map. And it forms part of the shoreline of the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. It also touches Wisconsin and Minnesota.
I said,
and, right
this morning.
She's probably got other obligations for
At the point
mom's home today.
Oh, Erica's home though, but
far left lower corner is a major harbor. And it is Duluth on one side, and it is Superior on the other side. Superior is Wisconsin, Duluth is Minnesota. And I've been up there and through there many times in my life. In fact, when I was a kid, the family loaded up the Travelall, which we called the Latomobile, and mom, dad, and a bunch of kids whole slew of kids, drove around Lake Superior one summer. The Around the Lake tour. It's a popular thing. I keep pitching to my friends who do the cannonball run that somebody needs to do a cannonball run type thing around Lake Superior to see how fast somebody could do it within, of course, reason. But that's another story altogether. And there is a lot of activity at this corner of the state. And by corner, I mean there's actually two states that come to a corner there. And it's also Lake Superior comes to a little thing there. And if you look at freighter traffic on the lakes, that spot is extremely busy. And this lighthouse is simply one of the navigation aids in that area. And sadly, we've been hearing a lot of stories about people stealing things, especially copper wire and copper tubing from buildings and so on. And a lot of states have passed laws to make it harder to unload scrap copper, especially if it's stolen. And I've always pointed out that it's wasteful. It's wasteful because somebody will do thousands of dollars in damage to steal a couple $100 in scrap copper. And so the person who does that work illegally makes a couple $100. The scrap yard makes a couple bucks. And then someone's got to spend thousands of dollars undoing the damage done here. And it's wasteful in that respect. But here it's a safety issue also. And the weird part is the beacon, I'm guessing, is a bright light. So it's not that somebody stole this to scrap the copper, but they may have, I don't know, been looking for other things of value and then just thought, well, gee, this looks valuable. I can't imagine what you're going to do with a lighthouse beacon. And so it makes you wonder. Now, I've heard...
Disney Plus is down, you know? Users are appointed for until they log into the streaming service. June 19th, 2026, 12:13 p.m. You know? So they're appointed.
Stories before where people have done really stupid things and stolen something dumb in the sense that, why'd you steal that? What were you going to do with that? Weird stuff. And so I don't know what somebody would do with the beacon from a lighthouse. I also don't know how long they'd let this go before they just replaced it. I'm hoping it is do that rather than waiting for this one to show back up, because it might not show back up. But I also don't know how big this beacon was. Could one person carry it, or would it take several people to carry it? Because the moment you get more than one person involved, then you're looking at things like conspiracy. And the fact that this is a U.S. Coast Guard station, I believe puts this in federal territory, meaning that if you stole something out of an old building in your hometown in the United States, you might get busted if they catch you for some kind of state crime. And who knows what happens to you on something like that. However, messing with the feds and federal property or things that are under the federal jurisdiction, that's where you really want to think twice. And I've known attorneys, many attorneys, who do criminal defense work. And I know some who specialize in federal criminal defense work. Every time I talk to them, I ask them about this. I want to make sure I don't have just like cliches kicking around in my head. And they're like, oh, no. Things are different in federal court on the criminal side. Very, very serious. And if you get charged in federal court with a federal offense, it's not the same as getting charged by your local county prosecutor in some small town someplace. No. It is very, very serious. It's very serious. So I hope they find this beacon. I hope they repair the light. And I hope they catch the people who did this, because you can't have stuff like this happening.
I didn't see
And by the way, for those of you who are interested,
Good morning, you know?
there's a lot of people out there who are into lighthouses. And there's people who are into all kinds of stuff, right? Waterfalls, but lighthouses are something that people like to go look at. There's something romantic about a lighthouse. And Michigan has a lot of lighthouses, but so do Minnesota and Wisconsin when it comes to their shorelines with Lake Superior. I suspect there's a lot on the Canadian side also. I don't remember. I was really little on that trip around the lake. My brothers and I'm not quite sure how this worked out, but we were camping in Canada over on, the far side of the lake. And we decided to spend a couple days there. And one of my brothers had brought a hammer for some reason. I think we were using it to pound in tent stakes, maybe. And another brother had bought and brought along a box of nails. And we were staying at some park someplace. We got bored one day and we built rafts. We were floating around out on this bay with our rafts. And we were there for a couple of days, and we spent our couple of days floating around on the rafts we built. And we were wondering, what do we do with these rafts when we're done? Do we take them apart? And as we were packing up, thinking about this, some little kids come running over with their parents. Hey, are you guys leaving? Yeah. Can we have your rafts? We're not taking them with us. Sure, knock yourself out. And you've never seen a group of kids run so fast because a couple rafts were built better than the other rafts. But another story altogether. Again, if you know anything about this missing beacon, talk to the Coast Guard about it. Have you seen this light? Beacon stolen from Wisconsin Lighthouse. Jacob sent me that. Thank you very much. Published by KARE and Felicity. Dachel wrote that. Questions, comments? Put them below. Let's talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you for watching Leto's Law. Every path has its puddle.
Thomas the Law.
I always thought that horseradish and wasabi was just attacking my face, like the burn that you get from horseradish or wasabi. But it has a huge effect on fat loss. So when it's making your eyes water and doing all this stuff for about 5 seconds after you eat it, it's because it's acting in your body in a very specific way. There's a compound that's called allyl isothiocyanates. They activate these receptors in your nasal cavity, and that's what causes that whole thing. But that same compound that makes you tear up is actually showing up in research for fat metabolism. On top of that, we're seeing it show up for gut bacteria.
It's closing,
Yeah.
Gold Coast. Let's see here. 1120 North State Street,
Yep. I think that
Remodeling. We're seeing it for blood flow, for arterial health. And now we're seeing literature on it activating detoxification pathways that literally control over 250 genes in your body. So at the end, I'm going to show you how that detox piece works, because I think it connects with your body's ability to modulate inflammation and possibly even fat loss that a lot of people maybe haven't considered. So here's what we're going to cover. First, we're going to talk about the science behind why horseradish and wasabi are completely different from what you get out of like chili peppers or cayenne. We're going to talk about how the bioactive compounds actually work in your body. Secondly, we're talking about the metabolic and the gut research. Okay, this stuff's pretty interesting. And then thirdly, we're going to talk about a circulation mechanism that explains the whole sinus clearing effect, but it has implications beyond just your nose, but it's the same process. And the part that I really want to share is the detox pathway, because this is a very interesting thing. And when you understand that it can be altered by a simple condiment, it's kind of cool. Now, something that might help you out with just like sourcing the right food, including wasabi and horseradish, I put a link down below for Thrive Market. Thrive Market's a place where you can just get all of your groceries at a very good price. So you load up your grocery cart, get a bunch of foods, get delivered to your doorstep, because that's what they're known for. They're also vetting out all the products. So for example, like with wasabi and horseradish, a lot of them end up having canola oil, they have soybean oil, they have all these things added to them because they're trying to dilute it, make it more of a sauce. It's sneaky if you go to the grocery store. Like the stuff is weird. Oh, what's cool is Thrive Market vets that stuff. So you can see the ingredients, you can see everything transparently, and they turn away thousands of different products to make sure that their shelves are stocked with good stuff. But the coolest part is their shipping is so dang fast. You're getting it in like a day or two. And with that discount, it's just awesome. So let me set the stage for this first. Okay, horseradish, wasabi, mustard, okay, these all belong to a specific family. Okay, it's part of the cruciferous family. So we're talking the same as broccoli and cabbage and kale. But what makes them unique is the fact that they have what are called glucosinolates. These are these plant defense compounds, which on the surface sound like, oh, well, aren't these like anti-nutrients, like you're going to get out of like oxalates or you're going to get out of phytates? Not quite, okay? Because when you crush or chew these types of foods, there's an enzyme that's called myrosinase that converts these glucosinolates into something really cool. They're called isothiocyanates. And that's the bioactive compound that's doing a lot of the cool stuff we're talking about. The one that's very specific in horseradish and mustard, which I've talked about in other videos, is allyl isothiocyanate, or AITC. Now, capsaicin, on the other hand, from chili peppers, is activating something different. Okay, that activates pain receptors on your tongue. That gives you that mouth burn. This AITC, this allyl isothiocyanate, is very different, okay, because it's primarily activating what are called TRPA1 receptors in the nasal cavity. That's where you feel it in your nose and your face, right? So when you have horseradish, it goes straight up your nose instead of burning your tongue. It's a completely different receptor. It's actually different tissues altogether, and ultimately has a different like sort of cascade throughout the body. In fact, when you look at like things like wasabi, you're actually getting a combination. You're getting horseradish with some mustard powder, and a lot of times it's green color. And so it's nothing natural making it green. But horseradish and mustard both have this AITC. So grocery store like horseradish, anything is fine, as long as you can find that it's like real horseradish. But where it gets really interesting is that while these compounds sort of evolved as plant defense molecules, when we consume them, they interact with signaling pathways that are involved in metabolism, specifically inflammation and detoxification. There was a poster at the 38th ESPN Congress, and this had looked at whether wasabi could improve metabolic disturbances from a high-carb, high-fat diet. So this was rodent model, but in this case, they gave rats that were on an obesogenic diet for 8 weeks, either wasabi or a control or a placebo. And they found that wasabi exerted a huge effect. It ameliorated their hypertension, it ameliorated their hypoglycemia, and it actually improved their obesity. And this all was attributed to the lipolytic effects in adipose tissue. So even though it's rodent data, we take it into consideration because the mechanism is very real. Okay, when isothiocyanates, these things that are in horseradish and wasabi, activate TRPA1 and these TRPV1 channels, essentially, this increases thermogenesis and energy expenditure. So literally, like just a couple teaspoons of horseradish or mustard, but mainly horseradish, a little stronger, with high protein is going to stack these thermogenic effects, because protein already has the highest thermic effect of any macronutrient. And isothiocyanates can amplify that. So steak with horseradish, salmon with wasabi, chicken with a little bit of mustard, right? Think about our ancestors. These condiments have been used with meat for a very long time, and they had no idea why it worked. It just seemed logical. If you're ever like interested in like the Eastern and Western philosophy, right? Like I love the idea behind Western medicine and also Eastern philosophy, like the Lundy effect, and things that have been around for a really long time. I think we do need to bridge these. And it's kind of interesting because when you look at what they consider to be like yang foods that generate heat, more life force, more vitality, more grounding, you have things like meat and things like wasabi. Like that's all very real. Right? So it's like we're understanding the science that kind of backs up what a lot of Eastern philosophy talked about for a very long time. Now, these same compounds are doing something in your gut that most people wouldn't really associate with a condiment. It actually ties to the whole like detox thing that I'm talking about in a minute as well. One of the cited benefits of isothiocyanates is their antimicrobial effect. It's not about like killing your gut bacteria. We obviously don't want to do that. It's a lot more nuanced than just like a bomb of antibacterial stuff going off in your gut. Instead of wiping everything out indiscriminately, what happens is these compounds selectively suppress certain species while creating an environment where a lot of good bacteria can actually thrive. So if we look at a study published in the Journal of Functional Foods, they tested this directly. They gave wasabi supplementation, again, to rats consuming a high-fat obesogenic diet, and then they compared them to controls that were on the same diet without wasabi. So what they found is that the wasabi group had increased abundance of bifidobacterium and a number of other bacteria that were associated with better metabolic health, but they had decreased abundance of bacteria that is strongly linked to gut inflammation and poor metabolic outcomes. These microbiome shifts correlated with improved lipid markers as well. So it also improved their LDL, improved their HDL. So what's happening is we've got this antimicrobial action of isothiocyanates suppressing specific pathogenic bacteria. But because it's also reducing intestinal inflammation, it's actually creating a better ecosystem for like the beneficial communities to expand into. So you're not just killing the bad ones, but you're making space for the good. And that's extremely important, especially when you're talking about like nutrient absorption and glucose metabolism, because this makes a big difference. Like we tend to tune it out, but if our bacteria are jacked up in our gut, then we are not utilizing glucose or fats as well, because they are a part of how we actually signal for GLUT4 and the cells to use that material. But this is where stacking things can be really cool too, because if you combine things like wasabi, mustard, horseradish, all these things, you can combine them with fermented foods. So like kimchi alongside horseradish. That way you're getting like fermented foods bringing in the probiotics, but you have the isothiocyanates modulating the actual ecosystem. Plus you have the fiber of like the kimchi and the things like that. So you're feeding the beneficial bacteria while essentially neutralizing the bad ones. So it's an interesting combination. Now, before we get into the detox piece, I want to cover the sinus clearing effect for a second, because there's a vascular science there that's pretty cool. So that feeling that you get in your nose when you eat horseradish, okay, like the sudden airflow, where you're like, if you have a cold, you could consume it and all of a sudden you can breathe again. That's real vascular stuff, and there's science behind that. It's not just irritation. There's a relatively newer study in 2023. It was published in the Journal of Pharmacological Sciences, and it looked at how this AITC influences circulation even in gastric tissue. So they found that the activation of TRPA1 from that AITC triggered the release of two really important vasodilatory neuropeptides. So in this case, it was CGRP and what's called adrenomedulin. This happens in the sensory nerve endings. So both of these are driving more vasodilation and increased local blood flow, okay? And in this case, that study was looking at gastric tissue, but the same TRPA1 activation happens inside your nose. So the receptor fires, and then your sensory nerves promote blood flow and mucus secretion to clear irritants. So there's a legit mechanism behind why people have used these foods for sinus congestion. It's a very real thing. It's called a TRPA1 mediated vasodilation. It's not a bad thing. It's not irritation. It's just flat out clearing the sinuses via this same receptor. But what this gets us thinking about is sort of an outside the box angle, because a small amount of wasabi or horseradish before meals actually improves digestive circulation through the same vasodilation mechanism. So you're priming blood flow to the gut before food arrives. And again, it comes right back to that Eastern and Western sort of combination there. It's like we're doing things that we know from hundreds of years works, right? This is good. Like you want to promote more gastric blood flow. You want to promote more digestion. Anyway, then we get into the more Western side and we look at this whole detox pathway, because this is really interesting, new cutting edge stuff. There's a specific compound in wasabi. Okay, it's called 6-MSITC. This activates probably the most important defense pathway in your whole body, which is the NRF2 pathway. So NRF2 is kind of the master regulator of antioxidant defense in your body. So this whole process controls roughly 250 genes involved in inflammation, involved in detox, involved in oxidative stress. And when it's activated, your body upregulates its own defense systems. When it's downregulated or suppressed, you're more vulnerable. And there was a newer study, 2025, it was published in the Journal of Functional Foods that laid out the mechanistic data of this compound that's in like horseradish. So when this 6-MSITC activates NRF2, it signals a cascade and upregulates what are called phase 2 detoxification enzymes. We've got like NQO1, we've got glutathione peroxidase, we've got hemooxygenase 1, really important detoxification systems. These are the liver enzymes that neutralize oxidative stress that causes inflammation and damage. So this research was showing that wasabi and horseradish and these compounds reduce the oxidative stress-induced cytotoxicity. So it's protecting cells from damage at the source. But what really kind of connected the dots for me is, and maybe if you've seen my glutathione videos, you'll understand this, 6-MSITC also activates intracellular glutathione production. So glutathione is your body's main antioxidant, that and superoxide dismutase. One of the biggest issues with glutathione supplementation is that it's really hard to make it bioavailable. But activating the pathway tells your body to produce more glutathione endogenously. That's a completely different approach. You're not trying to force it from the outside. You're more so turning it up from the inside, cranking up the factory. But the review went a little bit further because they took a look at animal studies and they found that these suggested that antioxidant mechanisms protect against brain damage, like neuronal damage caused by oxidative stress, and potentially like stopping some of the progression of like neurodegenerative disease paths. So we're not just talking about like a liver detox. We're talking about
Is this a joke
cellular
or something?
protection, even across the
Erica just
brain
posted
from a
this photos
friggin'
of
condiment,
cattle
which is
walking the dogs.
wild. So
And she's a
what I would
dog
recommend is that
walking
you
for hire,
stack your
posing-
NRF2 activators. So wasabi and horseradish
posing
have this
during walks
6-MSITC.
is included in
Broccoli
this price,
and
yeah?
cabbage have sulforaphane.
Whatever that means,
Both
yeah.
of them activate NRF2 through complementary mechanisms. So a meal with cruciferous vegetables plus mustard or horseradish hits the same pathway from multiple angles. And then for the glutathione piece, if you pair this with sulfur-containing foods, right? You got eggs, you got garlic, you got onions. These provide the sulfur amino acid precursors that this whole pathway needs. So you're activating the factory and supplying it at the same time. And since NRF2 activates alongside metabolic stress signals, things like exercise or fasting, like if you consume these foods maybe like after a fast or after a hard workout, it can amplify the hormetic response. So you stress yourself, and then you actually help the whole recovery aspect as well. So if you connect the dots here, we've got isothiocyanates from horseradish, things like wasabi and mustard. These are activating the TRPA1 that drives thermogenesis. It drives metabolic effects through fat burning pathways. It clears your sinuses through vasodilation. You've got the gut biome effects that are changing your whole makeup down there. And then you've got the upregulation of 250 detox genes. You're boosting the liver enzymes from that whole phase 2 process. So start using these condiments, right? Horseradish with protein, mustard with fermented foods and cruciferous vegetables, eggs and garlic for the glutathione precursors. This way you are just giving your body the tools that it needs. Now, I did another video that talks about how serine, L-serine, might be one of the most powerful anti-inflammatory compounds that we've seen that people aren't really thinking about. Some simple amino acid, and it affects the gut lining specifically. That would be a great thing to add to the mix here, but you should probably understand how it works. So I linked out to that video here. I think it's going to be really helpful to see how serine could play a part in your diet. And as always, I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, next. Huh? Belcher Network. I see these, yesterday or today,
Hi guys, I'm Mike Connolly with Greenside Design Build. Welcome to another episode of the Build Show. Today we're going to talk about landscaping. Now, I'm not a professional landscaper, I'm a builder, but I need to keep an eye on my landscaper, and I'm going to talk about those things in this video. Let's jump into it.
Come see Mike Connolly at Build Show Live. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description for tickets.
All right, guys, so we are landscaping here, and I'm the builder of this custom home, and I have to make sure that all my as-builts, which are surveys of the land after it's finished, I have to make sure that my as-builts match the proposed plan and that all the grading and drainage works. That falls on me ultimately, so I'm going to have to keep an eye on all my landscapers and make sure when they're final grading that they're following those plans and that everything drains. Part of that here we've got a yard drain, okay? This yard drain flows underneath the driveway and out to that retention pond. So I have to make sure that this is set at the correct grade, the proposed grade. Sometimes that might need to be adjusted up or down a little bit, depending on the existing conditions, the new driveway that goes in. But the intent of the design is that everything that's in this front parkway, the drain, as far as drainage, stormwater collects into this drain, gets in and goes out to the pond. So as these guys are grading, putting in shrubs, trees, I want to make sure this stays protected, doesn't get dinged, dented, and most importantly, it's at the right height, right grade, so that everything and all the drainage works. All right, guys, as we walk further along the front yard here, you can see we've had fresh sod laid, and we've got a little depression here, a swale. As you see, I'm kind of walking down. This swale is taking all the water from this area, stormwater, and directing it back to the detention pond in the rear of the home. Now, as a builder, it's important for me to make sure that this swale is maintained. This actually got filled in when they first started putting the final layer of topsoil and black dirt here.
they filled it in a little bit too much and it didn't drain. So I had to tell them, hey guys, follow the plan. I'll get you a couple of grade stakes from the surveyor. Grade stakes are actual stakes that go in the ground with a marking on them of where the level of the ground should be. The surveyor can put those in. So I had the low point of the swale and some grade stakes installed so they can grade and cut everything to those stakes and maintain our swale. So as a builder, very important to keep your eye on that type of stuff because if you get a careless landscaper, or maybe they just don't know, they could ruin the grading, fill it in, and now you're stuck with an as-built that doesn't match the proposed plan that you've submitted for your permit. All right, guys, another thing I want to talk about that's a little bit of a crossover between landscaping and the builder side is screening of equipment. So you can see behind me, I've got what looks like cedar fencing, and it's not finished yet. It still has to get painted, the color of the stucco siding, but they're covering my air conditioner units. You have to screen those. It's municipal code here in this town that all that's got to be screened. The neighbors don't want to see it. That code isn't necessarily enforced in all neighborhoods, but it's a good idea to screen those things anyways, even if it's bushes or shrubs that are covering it. So we've got those screened. You can see the pool equipment pipes peeking out around the corner. That also has to be screened. And we're putting some special fencing around those with gates so it's easy to access, because from the road, you can see the edge of that equipment and it's got to be screened. So another thing to think about as the custom home builder. Okay, guys, as we walk into the backyard, I'm in the side yard here. The swale was behind me. That comes down here. So this is all swale, right? You can see it's still a little wet from the sprinklers, but all the water is directed this way. And we've got a detention pond here. So you can tell by all the cattails and everything, this is where the water storage is in big rain events. So all of our grading has to come back here. That's why we had the swale coming around. All right, guys, another thing I want to point out is pop-up drains. That's what we call them. You can see I've got a drain here that's popping up above grade. That actually is going to get cut down a little bit and sit flush with the finished soil or finished sod. This is from all my downspouts. So if we turn the camera around, you can see I've got the back of the house here. And I've got downspouts coming down the back of the house, back of the porch, with yard drains at the bottom. Okay. They're directed underneath and they pop up here so that stormwater, rainwater can go directly to the detention pond. Here's an example of it cut to grade. That one hasn't been done yet, so it's going to get cut down, but it sits flush. All the rain hits the house, goes into the gutter system, into the downspouts out here, and pops out. All right, guys, we're up here on the patio or on the pool. In addition to all the downspout drains, I've got patio drains. So here I've got a long linear drain that separates the pool deck from the covered porch deck. So this is all tied into the drains underneath. I've got some spot drains here because we've got a large impervious area. We're going to need more drains, one here. Got another drain in the sunken fire pit lounge area, which is really cool. So obviously this is like a big hole. It's going to collect a lot of water. So that's a big drain actually that runs out that way. I'll show you where the pop-up is there. But these are all things that you have to think about as you're building the house. You can see I've got downspout drains in the concrete porch. Those had to go in very early on. So I had to decide where my downspouts were going to go way earlier than I needed my downspouts, because I had to get these drains in before I poured my concrete here for my stoop and my steps. All right, as we walk over here, you can see we've got a large patio. It's not actually a patio. It's going to be a pickleball court and an area that's just gravel. That's actually going to be turf. So it's going to be a little turf field here, mini soccer field, and a pickleball court behind. These were very important to get the grades right as well, because they're impervious, meaning they do not absorb water or storm water. Everything runs off, creates more storm water runoff. Luckily, we've got a retention pond behind that'll take all that. Now you're probably saying, Mike, you just said detention pond earlier in the video. Yes, a detention pond and a retention pond are similar but different. The big difference is a detention pond doesn't constantly have water in it like a retention pond. So this detention pond is a depression that will fill up with water on heavy rains, but it'll dry out. The water will soak in. That's why you see weeds and cattails growing in there, because right now there's probably only an inch of water in there as we've had some recent rain. In the middle of the summer, August, that thing could be as dry as a bone. But it's there to take stormwater runoff in a high rainfall event, whereas a retention pond, that's always got water in it. That's why they've got a fountain in it. It recirculates the water, stops the algae, all that kind of stuff.
There's a apartment fire in Des Plaines.
Yeah, there's usually there.
A firefighting scene unfolded in Suburban Des Plaines overnight when an apartment
Large, massive explosion, like rocked the windows.
when an apartment building went up in flames. It was describing it was an explosion. Firefighters rescued people from the balconies. When it said they saw some people jump into safety, at least 5 people were injured and transported to the Northwest Community Hospital, and cause of the fire remains still in the investigation. You know?
That's the retention. And another thing I'm going to touch on is a little off subject. So we've got our detention pond there that's at a little bit higher level. At a lower level is the retention pond. Okay. So if this fills up, the overflow is going to go into another detention pond behind it. All right. So there's certain levels of all these detention ponds that work together to take care of high rainfall events. You often hear the 100-year event. That's when you get tons and tons of rain in a short amount of time. All these ponds are going to fill up. And if they overflow, they're designed to overflow to the next one to go ultimately to the stream that's at the edge of the subdivision that's going to take all the water out. All right, guys, as we walk from the other side of the house, I talked about screening. Here I've got some screening, but it's shrubs and bushes. And what we're screening here is our generator, our backup generator. And we've got ACs in a little nook here. But instead of putting, a fence, we've done it with landscaping. I prefer the landscaping, to be honest with you, because it's more inconspicuous, in my opinion. It can always be replaced easily. If you got a dead bush, you can always replace it. That's how we handle our screening. And I think that'll do it for this episode of the Build Show, guys. Thanks for following along. Landscaping, I'm not a professional landscaper, but as a builder, there's things I have to look out for, mainly grading, swales, all that kind of stuff. So until next time, remember, expert knowledge leads to expert results. Catch you later.
No, that's somebody's house.
Okay, next one. See Basic Architect? Yeah.
Hey, Build Show, Steve Basic Architect. Yes, I am out at the offsite build. We are setting up to do 10 videos where I pull in one of the most knowledgeable HVAC techs that I've ever met. And we go through all of the systems. Yes, we're talking air to water heat pumps outside. We're talking about water buffer tanks, air handlers, ductwork, ERVs, radiant floor heating systems. And I'm going to catch up with Jason. You're going to get to meet Jason, and we're going to kick off this mini-series. So I'll see you down in the basement.
Come see Steve Basic at Build Show Live. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description for tickets. Code Steve26 for 25% off.
So you can see behind me, we have a whole bunch of mechanical systems. We're going to talk a little bit about the system, how it relates to the house. So without further ado, Jason, thanks for joining us, buddy.
My name's Jason Elmore. I'm with Meridian Plumbing and Heating out of Arlington, Massachusetts. We do a lot of air to water work.
Speak on a very high level. What do you mean air to water?
So an air to water heat pump is a heat pump that takes heat from outside that's already there and it moves it into water. And that whole process happens outside of the house. So one of the major benefits when we're working with air to water heat pumps is we don't have any refrigerant entering the building envelope. It's all water inside the house.
And that water comes in at a different temperature, right? Depending on the season.
Absolutely, Steve. We're able to control that water temperature from our heat pump based on seasonalities. Wintertime, we're going to be heating that water. Summertime, we're going to be cooling that water. And shoulder seasons, we can do a little bit of both.
Is it heat or energy? What's the correct term from the air?
So it's heat energy. There's only heat and the lack thereof. There's no such thing as cold energy. It's just a lack of heat energy.
Yes.
So we're able to extract heat and then reject heat in the summertime.
So that unit basically is an energy swap device.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
It's February 15th. It's the coldest day of the year. And I want to be 70 degrees in here. It's only 0 degrees out there. How am I getting heat?
At 0 degrees outside, there's still a heck of a lot of heat in the air, Steve. Absolute zero is like minus 470 something. And at that point, heat from the outside, even at 0 degrees, is going to just naturally flow into that coil because the coil is so much colder than that outdoor temperature. And the heat will always move from a high concentration to a low concentration.
Because heat always moves from hot to cold.
Always.
And it always moves from high to low.
Exactly.
So somewhere in this piping system, I have that hot water and cold water comes in, right? And where does it go?
That depends on seasonality. So if we come over here, Steve, we've got a series of diverter valves, and these valves are going to dictate the flow of water based on what we're trying to accomplish.
So let's say it's heating. My floor here, I want my toes warm. That thing turns on. It goes hot water comes in, hot water goes where?
Hot water is going to move in here. It's going to move through these valves here, and it's going to find its way to either these thermal storage batteries.
Okay.
These can store a tremendous amount of energy in a very dense place with very little leakage. The other place that we send heat to during the winter is over here to this buffer tank.
So how does the system know to send it there and not here?
So each one of these, there's a thermistor that goes into here, and there's a thermistor that goes into here. And these are going to tell that controller on the wall what the temperature is inside these two independent components.
So that obviously, because it has a thermostat to it, that has some kind of set point, right?
Absolutely.
So when that set point, and the set point is the point at which the temperature capacity has been met. Is that a safe way to say it?
That's a good way to say it, yeah.
Okay. So if that temperature capacity hasn't been met, then it doesn't go to storage. It immediately goes in there because we're trying to lift that to set point.
So in this particular application, we're using two separate set points because a concrete floor requires a different water temperature than a warm board floor does.
And then my radiant floor, what is the temperature setting for the radiant floor? Like, what's my set point for that?
Set point on this floor is going to be about 95 degrees.
Okay, 95 degrees. And what would you say is a temperature that rises high enough where all of a sudden it starts becoming uncomfortable to walk on?
So you don't want your floor temperature to get any warmer than 86, but realistically, we want to keep the surface temperature more around the lines of 78 degrees, 79 degrees in that area.
So the water's going through at 95 through the system, but there's losses as it heats the concrete and the concrete heats the room.
So the energy has to spread out. So you'll have a tube every 12 inches.
Yes.
And so that tube is responsible for heating the 6 inches to the left of it, 6 inches to the right of it. And so if the tube is 95, by the time that heat spreads through that floor, you're going to see a lower floor temperature.
It's taking energy out of that radiant tube. And as that pipe goes, every foot, it has 6 inches on each side, every foot.
That it has
So
to heat.
when it enters the floor, it might be at 95 degrees, but 3 feet down, it might be 94.2 degrees.
Exactly.
Because it's lost.
These pumps up here, which we can get into a little bit later, are going to dictate that delta T for us. Delta T being the difference between the water entering the floor and the water leaving the floor.
So let's flip the season. It's August 15th now. Outside machine kicks on. Cold water now comes in.
Absolutely.
And where does the cold water go?
The chilled water is going to move through these insulated lines here.
Yep.
And it's going to come over to this chilled water buffer tank here.
Okay.
Now, there's no actual difference between a hot water buffer tank and a chilled water buffer tank, except the temperature of the water that we're putting into it.
Okay. So you designate the difference, not the manufacturer.
Exactly.
They're exactly the same tank, just doing different jobs.
This tank and this tank are identical. I could swap them back and forth, and they
Gotcha.
would do the same job. It's just how we set them up and how we pipe them.
So chilled water goes into the tank.
Mm-hmm.
Tank now is chilly.
Exactly. Yep.
What happens?
So we're then pumping this chilled water just like you would with a baseboard or a radiant floor. We're pumping this chilled water out of this tank, and we're sending it to these air handlers. There's this one here. There's another one upstairs. There are also 2 smaller wall hung units in the shop in the garage that we can talk about later. And we chill. There's a coil down here that we pass this chilled water through, making that coil cold. We blow air across it, and the heat from the return air is going to migrate. Again, the warmer return air, that heat in there is going to migrate to the cold coil,
Right.
heating this water and sending it back to the chilled tank to get re-chilled.
Do we have anything special? Are we dehumidifying, humidifying, any of that on this system?
In this application, so these air handlers give us a whole load of control of fan speed.
Gotcha.
So we can do cooling, we can do dehumidification. It depends on what the house needs.
So that's our mechanical system. It's all tied to that. I know we have a couple of these systems. These systems are ERVs.
Energy recovery ventilators,
Energy
absolutely.
recovery ventilator. And this is a system that, does this dump into the duct system, or is this a system that's totally independent?
In this application, this is a completely independent system. We're drawing our return air from the mechanical space. We're going to extract energy from the mechanical space, and before we dump that air outside, we're going to bring in outside air, and we're going to put the energy that we extracted from the leaving air back into the air coming into the house. And then we're going to circulate that air into the house through a dedicated duct system. We have a supply for this in the primary bedroom. We have another one in the great room.
We have some technology here that's relatively new, right? I mean, the sun amp, but what are we talking about? Like, how long has that been in residential construction?
Yeah, these have been in the US, I believe, about a year.
Yeah. So it's technology that we're bringing, and Build Show is bringing it to you. Everything we're looking at here is simply about energy transfer, right? We have something hot and we want to make it less hot, or we have something that's less hot that we need to heat up.
That's 100% accurate.
And that's everything here that you see is doing one of those two things. It's either losing heat or it's gaining heat. But for now, I'm Steve Basic Architect. This is the Build Show. Until next time, long live our buildings.
Yeah. What's next? He's live though, you know. Watch, I'll show you. Hold on. Guilty, no. Sky Daddy, you don't watch that one, right? That's live. Kill Switch, I saw that one. I saw that one. Right there, I saw that one. That's it, both live. This one's. Yeah.
LDL is dangerously high. What do you do? Recently, my wife had her blood test and she showed me the results. And her LDL was super high. And she was concerned and she was wondering, do I need to go on statins? And today I'm going to tell you what I told her and what many people are never told about LDL. LDL is not cholesterol. LDL protein is made by your liver. It's a normal thing. And the liver is packaging this cholesterol in a way so it can actually be delivered to the cell. Why? Why does it go into the cell? Because this cholesterol is necessary to help you build hormones, testosterone, estrogen, the stress hormone called cortisol. Cholesterol is the raw material that helps you make vitamin D, helps you make bile. The membranes in your cell are made from cholesterol. And what's really interesting is inside this cargo is not just cholesterol little particles, but you also have 45% of all your vitamin E is in there. You have 76% of all your carotenoids, like beta carotene, for example, is in this LDL. You also have coenzyme Q10, which supports the heart and the mitochondria as a powerful antioxidant. You also have vitamin K in here to help prevent bleeding. So if LDL was so bad, why do you have all these key antioxidants in there? And this next point I want to bring up is over 50% of all heart attacks have normal LDL. When you get your test back and it says LDL, it'll usually say
Gee, you know, we'll go to
LDL-C.
later, you know?
Basically, it's the total
We're gonna-
amount of
we'll
LDL
elaborate
cholesterol you
tonight.
have. Okay. And when we're talking about
Right.
the total, we're talking about the weight per volume.
Right.
What it's not measuring is something way more important, because inside this little cargo, you have these little particles of cholesterol, and there's two different kinds. There's the small ones, they call them small dense, and there's the large ones called the large buoyant. Now, let me tell you why that's important. Because the small dense are the ones that really can be a problem, and they're small, so they can penetrate the inside of the artery wall and create problems. I am going to show you what causes more small dense versus large buoyant, but you need to know there's two types of LDL that are not going to be seen on your regular cholesterol test. You have to get a special test for that. It's called an advanced lipid profile test. And just so you know, the high LDL that my wife had was not the small dense. She did not have the bad kind. She had higher amounts of the large buoyant. I'll explain why. This is actually not a problem, but if you don't differentiate that, people freak out and they get scared and they're put on something called statins, which I'm also going to talk about. So that's some basic things you need to know. There's one additional thing. I'm not going to get too far into it, but I don't know if you've ever heard of something called ApoB. Basically, what that is, it's the number of particles. So it's kind of like an indirect way of measuring if you have more of the small dense, because if this number is high, that means you're going to have higher amounts of these little particles in this little cargo truck right here. Because if you have large particles, you would have less number of them because they're larger, but you can fit a lot more small particles. So when you have a high ApoB, that tends to mean that you probably have more small dense particles of cholesterol in the LDL cargo unit. So is ApoB a good indicator? Yeah.
Actress Devar Chase, voice of Lilo from Lilo and Stitch, dies at 35. From a child actor, Devar Chase is known for her youthful voice in Disney Lilo and Stitch.
Did you say cause of death?
Let me see. Hold on.
COD?
I'm trying to find out. It's in the news here, you know. I'll find it. You know?
Another good indicator to kind of help you understand what's happening inside that little cargo unit. Now let's get to one of the biggest studies that was ever done on the duck.
Complication by bacterial
Substance.
meningitis. MENINGIT.
Meningitis.
Meningitis and the blood infection, you know.
Yep.
It's called the Mediterranean diet, Predimed.
Not cute at
This
all.
is the study that a lot of doctors and the news will tell you that
It's not pretty.
you will
No, I
reduce
said
your
not cute.
cardiovascular
That's
events
intense.
by
Cute.
30%. So you want to get on this diet because
Still
they
say it's
proved
not
it.
cute.
They will usually tell you
Just
that
like
this
your
diet
friend from Mars died from acute leukemia, you know.
proves the prevention of heart disease. And we're talking about over 7,000 people in Spain. This was published in the New England Journal of Medicine, the biggest intervention trial ever run. And you see this online all over the place. The Mediterranean diet reduces cardiovascular events by 30%. Well, I want to just tear that apart because it does relate to LDL indirectly. The first big question on this diet is, what are they comparing this diet to? They had one group where they basically gave them free olive oil and they gave them free nuts and dietary counseling. Okay, so that was one group. The other group were told to follow a low-fat diet. That's it. That's what they compared. A lot of the other details and things that they did and ate were kind of filtered out. They called that adjust lifestyle factors, which basically is kind of, let's just filter those out because that's like background noise. Really, they were comparing two groups. One group that consumed more olive oil and nuts, and the other one was supposed to kind of generally follow a low-fat diet. And what was interesting about that,
Used to be at come at the
this
bowling
group
alley,
here,
remember?
the control group, didn't follow a low-fat diet. Their fat amount, if we look at all their calories, ended up to be 37% fat, okay? The Mediterranean group had 41% fat. So that was actually more fat. That's a 4% difference, okay?
Sorry, Mama. Waking up? Sorry, Mama. They gave me your pop, Mama. You know? You know?
I mean, this is a landmark study that compares people who got free food and coaching against people who got advice that they didn't follow. Then it was retracted. In 2018, the New England Journal of Medicine pulled the study because 21% of the participants never properly were randomized. At one site, the entire group was assigned to the same diet instead of individuals. It was then republished to reanalyze the data, but it could no longer call itself a properly randomized trial. And here's why this matters, because studies that adjust for lifestyle factors, they're actually removing the very things that might be causing the disease. Because the real problem is you can't double blind people in a diet study because everyone knows what they're going to be eating. It's going to be in front of them. So the whole setup, the system of doing randomized control studies never was designed for diet or food because there's too many variables. Okay, so that's one aspect. The next thing I want to talk about in this diet was this claim that it reduced cardiovascular.
Can I tell you something when you come here? Huh? Well, come here. I want to tell you something, Mom.
Events by 30%. Now, if someone told you that, you're going to look at that and go, wow, it's going to reduce my heart attacks by almost a third. I'm going to get on that diet, right? Makes sense. But that's not actually what that means. Picture two classrooms, okay?
Boy, no mail today, okay?
How do you know?
Juneteenth.
100 people
It's Juneteenth.
in each classroom. Classroom A over here, they don't get the Mediterranean diet. They're getting the low-fat recommendation. And over 5 years, have a cardiovascular event. Then we get over here in the classroom B. This is the Mediterranean diet group. Over 5 years, roughly have a cardiovascular event. One fewer person out of 100. That is called absolute risk reduction. We're comparing 4 on this side to 3 on this side. Relative risk is just looking at the difference between the control or the sugar group to the actual group that is tested, either the diet or a drug or whatever. So if we look at the absolute risk on this study, this 30% relative risk comes down to like a little over 1%. 1 out of 100 people will benefit from this diet. And we're just talking about adding more olive oil and nuts compared to following a low-fat diet, but you're not actually lowering your fat very much. So there's a lot of issues with research in the area of nutrition and diet and foods because there's too many variables. RCTs were generally designed for drug research to make sure that it's effective enough and it's safe. So remember that the next time you look at a study, are they talking about the relative risk or the absolute risk? And on top of everything, the Mediterranean diet didn't even show cardiovascular events being reduced at all. It was actually a stroke event reduction. There was no data on this study that showed that going on this diet would reduce heart attacks or even heart attack deaths. This is the...
Hold on. Let me see.
He's the officer that does the chalk at a crime scene.
The chalk in the crime scene. What do you call police officer that does the chalk in a crime scene?
I don't know.
Tracy. You know?
It's evidence that we have
Tracy, you know?
on
Tracy?
any diet on planet Earth. And we can't even prove that this works in any significant way. If your environment is off, everything else struggles. It's like a fish tank. Pollute the water and the fish get sick. You could feed them the best food. You can treat every single symptom. But if the water stays toxic, nothing recovers. The body runs on 10 signals like insulin, cortisol, inflammation, sleep quality, gut function. Every one of them affects how you feel. But there is always one signal that is more broken than the rest. And until you fix that one, everything else stays stuck. I built a free 2-minute quiz that finds it for you. It tells you which one of the main signals is holding your body back right now. Click the link in the description, take the quiz, and stop guessing. And so getting back to this LDL, when people try to scare you and say that LDL causes heart attacks, or they cause heart death, or they cause stroke, realize they can never say that because RCTs involving research on LDL has never proved causation. What they instead talk about is association, statistical association, which is very different than causation. Association is it was found parallel or next to something. I mean, there's actually studies that show that owning a television puts you at risk for heart disease. But nobody thinks that TVs emit heart attack rays, right? The TV correlates with sitting, which then correlates with metabolic dysfunction. So the TV is involved in the scene, but it's not the criminal. Same thing with baldness. Baldness is a risk factor for heart disease, but nobody prescribes Rogaine to prevent a heart attack. Why do over 50% of people with heart attacks have a normal LDL? And in over 12 studies involving the elderly, they found an association of living longer with higher levels of LDL. When we think about LDL, we're thinking about this grease that is plugging up our arteries and clogging our arteries and obstructing blood flow. But that's not how it works. Plaque in your arteries is between 60 and 87% made up of fibrous tissue and calcium. The cholesterol involved in a plaque actually comes from dead white blood cells that have oxidized the cholesterol. The dietary cholesterol that you're eating is not ending up in the arteries like you think. The cholesterol is coming in later as a Band-Aid in a different way. And coming back to my wife's situation, she had large buoyant LDL, and that's totally non-pathogenic. The small dense LDL show up when you have inflammation, when you have insulin resistance because you're consuming too many carbs and refined sugars, or you have too much stress. And without evaluating whether they have the small dense or the large buoyant, they're put on something called statins. Let me just mention a couple things about statins. In 21 trials for statins, the relative risk in reducing heart attacks was 29%. Now, when you see that number, it's significant. Less than 1/3 out of 100 will be saved, right? No, because if we look at the absolute risk, it comes down to 1.3. So almost 99% out of 100 people will have no benefit from statins. But for me, that's not the issue. The issue is that statins block your production of cholesterol. And with statins, you start depleting your coenzyme Q10, which you end up having all sorts of side effects with your muscles and reduce your ability to make things out of that raw material, cholesterol. So your sex hormones suffer, like testosterone. You can't make the cortisol stress hormones to defend against stress. You're not making the cholesterol to make vitamin D. And now without enough cholesterol, you can't make the bile salts. So then how are you going to be able to absorb the fat-soluble vitamins from the food? You can't. So a lot of people ask me, what supplements do I recommend? Now, of course, I'm not biased of my own high-quality supplement line, but if you go to Amazon and type Dr. Berg supplements, you'll find more information. One last point that's very important. There are people that go on a low-fat diet. They go on the ketogenic diet, okay? And then their LDL goes up. There is something called lean mass hyperresponders. That is like this group of people that's an exception to the rule. They're lean, they're metabolically healthy, but their body tends to respond by making more LDL. But specifically, it's the large buoyant type. Okay, this is why you need to get an advanced lipid profile test. But these lean mass hyperresponders usually have normal triglycerides. And I also hope you understand that the massive limitations on the randomized controlled trials and also the difference between relative and absolute risk, and that association or correlation is not causation. And most importantly, it's virtually almost impossible to do a study on diet, to really use the system that they use in medicine to be able to figure out what diet is good or bad for a person, unfortunately. So in the meantime, until they figure it out, I think it's important to try different diets to see what works for you. Personally, I do the healthy version of the ketogenic diet. And if you're not on that diet, you can learn about it right here. Check it out.
6. What is everything? Hold on, yeah? Yeah? The corn size on though. Yeah?
Somebody asked me the other day, hey Daddy Cornstar, what's it like standing underneath the windmill blades when it's windy out? Well, you ever wonder what it looks like when a big old sword's coming at you real quick? Take a look. Well, that's what it looks like. I think right now the wind's blowing about 30 miles per hour. I can't remember what they said the speed of them things are. They're 110 feet above us, actually, the point of the blade down. So it's a long ways up there. But they're doing like 300 some miles per hour when it whips around. So pretty good clip. How would you like to be strapped to that? That'd be a ride and a half, wouldn't it? Just jumped in the little Ranger. Yeah, these things are kind of a blast. Mainly when you don't have to go out and do any work. But anyhow, sounds like Cooper and Zach are over at one of the other farms trying to dig up a plug tile between us and a neighbor. So I thought I'd be a nice guy and go over there and bring them some water. See how they're making out if they need anything. Bombarded by wind, more wind. It's getting old. But that's one thing, we can complain all we want. I hate the wind. Well, we can complain. We can jump up and down. We can make little bonfires, throw smoke up in the air. Ain't gonna do no good. It's gonna do what it wants to do, I guess. Well, I see some digging up here, so it's a pretty good sign that Cooper and Zach are up here. We'll go see how they're making out. Never really been gooey here before, has it? Alfalfa too? There's one a little further up too. Little wet spots make it miserable. And, boy, that baby took off. Turned around and Zach had a wild runaway trench line here. That's what it's supposed to do. Turned around and Zach had it go chee 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 chee, spitting all over. Be ready for it this time. That orange locator line that you've seen the boys pushing, that thing can go out 650 feet. And I tell you, that thing's been a lifesaver. Like Cooper just said, it's paid for itself probably 7 times over already. They were up further trying to probe to find plug spots. And they found a Y right here. And what I mean by Y, there's one tile line going that way, one tile line going that way. When they took the Y out, which the Y is in backwards, it was catching, it was plugged right at the Y. So they got that going. They got another plug down here going. So now they're going to go down further to a really big wet spot. So it's really nice where they can dig up, take that locator line, shove it down, keep shoving it. And then if they hit something, they can go down and dig in that area. And then once they get a plug out, they can just keep pushing it down. So them things are a lifesaver. So if you guys are out doing any tiling or whatever, do get one of them locators. You'll be in heaven. All right, let's go down and see the mess they got down there. One nice thing with these little Rangers, you can kind of drive around in these wet spots, these wet waterways and stuff. If you have to, you put it in 4-wheel drive and you can just go. But then you kind of think about it. They got some of these little Jeeps and stuff. Probably get them a lot cheaper, put some flotation tires on them. You can cruise down the highway, whatever, and you probably got more of a machine to show for, but I do got to admit, these things are kind of fun. We're looking for another spot where maybe we can see some water boiling out or something. It could be there. We have a lot of water coming from up here. Just go. Now I got to figure out where we put this. It's going to be right here. I can feel it. No, I take that back. It's going to be right here. Further to your left. Yeah, safe to say it ain't there. Here?
Did you know if you dig straight through the earth, you don't come out to China, you come to the middle of the Indian Ocean? Everybody says when you dig, you always end up in China, but they're wrong. It's the middle of the Indian Ocean.
Feels like Cooper and Zach are feeling some clay tile here. So they're going to go down there and try to dig out. We're getting a lot of water in this drawway. And the issue is the last 3 or 4 years, it's been kind of dry. We've been getting rain, don't get me wrong, but not the heavy amount of rains like we got now. So plants were dry. They were reaching down further to get to that moisture to keep their little fingernails are growing. So now we got plugs, and it's all over, it seems like. You can see where it's wet, wet, wet. And then out here, it's moist, but it's starting to, a nice rain would be nice. Feels like something hard. Rock. Oh, rock?
Sure.
Rock. Look at that, we got a little hole springing. Ooh, look at that, look at that, look at that. She's gonna break loose there. This is where that 650 feet of the locator works nice. Here they dug, water coming out, go down a little further, dig. Once we get below it, they can stick that locator up, boom, find it. So right now, Zach come down here to dig a little bit. As soon as he started digging, water boiling out. So that means we're not below the plug yet. They just keep going down, and we're gonna find the little bugger. You get older, or I should say, when you get wiser. I looked up, and all the vehicles were way up on top of the hill. They're going way down the hill. I'm closer to the vehicles. Kind of makes sense to go get one. That way we have one way down the hill. So then if they need anything from the back of the pickup, we're not walking way up the hill. We drive up the hill. Oh, yep. Sometimes common sense is just smarter than my 2 feet. Is that clay? I'm gonna cut her and see what's in there. Huh. It looks smashed and everything else. Way down by Cooper's foot, there's a tile line down there too. So we're trying to figure out what's going on here. Looks like Zach is going to back all the way down to the mini hoe. So we don't back up in a hole. It'll be like, oh boy. Sometimes you got to do it the old-fashioned way, though. Just back her on down. Zach's going to take the locator wand and go down and find out how far this goes down and where the end is. It's kind of weird stuff down here. Don't know what's going on. That's probably why it's not working. Yeah. I think all our batteries are getting tired tonight. Cooper's hitting something right there. We're kind of at a Y, so it could be a chunk that goes that way, a chunk that goes that way. They're using the locator. Just got to be careful right now. He's just skimming across the tile. We're hoping we'll find like a Y. Now there's water. It's kind of weird. I could get in there, push that locator rod. They could actually hear it up there. So we're moving to a different spot to dig. Tell you what, it's starting to get close to hunger.
Huberman. It says Huberman, Rex Huberman. Long Island Silica was sentenced to life in prison without parole. You know?
Who is?
Hex something, you know. Hey, listen.
The Long Island serial killer.
Oh, yeah.
Who fatally strangled.
You know what's going to happen now?
Getting close to dark time because the hunger is starting to set on me. And my stomach's kind of like a clock. It knows when it's supper time. Zach was just saying he was poking down there with a probe and poked through the tile and started coming out. So now the sound of it just got 3 times louder after I called that. Good. There she is. Sun's gonna set here in a little bit to the west, starting to drop temperatures. We're gonna go up on the hill. We put our locator in and we're way up there. So we're gonna see what we can find. We'll drive to the other side and get some of the tools. I think I got a sweatshirt in the truck. So I sure hope so because it's getting briskier than brisk out here.
What's next? Swiss keto? Cattle crisp beef jerky.
That it?
Yeah. And then we got Roger Wakefield.
Hey there, it's Steve
And Courtney.
from Serious Keto, and it has been quite a while since you've been on one of my videos.
Yeah.
In fact, I think the last one may have been also a jerky video.
Okay.
The Mad Hat jerky. Remember
I
that?
mean, I remember that, but I don't know.
Sounds some pretty good jerky. Spicier. This, what we're going to be doing today, is cattle crisp.
Okay.
Now, unlike carnivore crisps, which Connor and I did a review of, I think these are jerky. They're not actually crisp.
Okay.
Additionally, I want to get this out of the way. These were sent to me for free from Cattle Crisp in exchange for fair and honest review, which is the only kind we do.
Perfect.
Now, I'm going to talk about price a little bit later because these are expensive, and I'm going to give a price comparison both to Mad Hat Jerky, which is also expensive, and then a brand that I bought at Costco, which
Okay.
we're actually going to try out for starters,
What do
just
we
as sort of a
decide?
baseline.
Okay.
Now, these are extremely clean jerky
What do we do this
pieces.
weekend? It's Father's Day weekend, right? 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 I said we're doing this weekend.
Probably getting a slice of pizza Sunday.
Where? From where? Huh?
Naples.
Yeah? Is mine here?
No.
I hear mom moving. I hear something. Ma? I thought I said something.
Okay.
I didn't know how to do the plural on that. The ingredients.
USDA, prime beef, and salt.
So one of the reasons the price is as high as it is on this is because it's USDA prime. If you look at the price of USDA prime, any cut of meat, it's expensive. And they start with 6 ounces of USDA prime. And then once they dehydrate it, it goes down to 2 ounces. So when you're pricing, think in terms of 6 ounces of steak versus 2 ounces. Just wanted to get that out of the way. Oh, also, the company is, like you, an Army vet
Cool.
as well. So there's that. And all of their meat is sourced.
Biatron.
Huh?
Marty Biatron.
Say that again.
Marty Biatron, you know?
What about him?
Did he used to bowl with us, you know?
I don't know.
On Check Wizards.
From the mid.
I don't know.
What's that called?
West here in the United States. So I'm going to start off by trying out another brand. This is Brooklyn Biltong Naked Tender Steak Slices. Similar ingredients. It's grass-fed beef, apple cider vinegar, and salt. But it's not USDA prime.
Okay.
Incidentally, a 2-ounce packet of this out on thrive.com. I think is that the Thrive Market? It's like an online.
Grocery?
Yeah.
I think so.
Is $7.50 for a 2-ounce bag.
Okay.
This came from Costco. I don't remember how much it is. 12-ounce bag.
Okay. But that's what you're using for your price.
Yep.
comparison.
Yeah. Just, is there a difference between USDA prime
Right.
and not USDA prime?
Okay.
So I'll let you just reach in and grab as much as you want there.
Okay.
Ooh, you got a couple good chunks there.
Looks nice.
Yeah, it's smaller, more like shavings,
Yeah.
really, than full out jerky. So, first, what do you think of the taste on that?
I really like the apple cider.
The apple cider is pretty pronounced. You're aware that it's there. In fact,
Good.
I taste the apple cider, I think, more than I taste the beef. So if you like apple cider, definitely has that flavor.
Chinese man.
One of the things I find with jerky,
Huh?
is sometimes you
Fool
get
me.
jerky where you're just chewing and chewing and chewing,
Fool me.
and eventually you're just like, I can't chew anymore. I'm just going to swallow this as it is.
Mhm.
This is kind of close to that.
I felt it was pretty chewable in comparison to the other beef jerky that I'm used to.
Okay.
So,
I mean, it's a good, the Brooklyn Biltong.
because it's thin.
Yeah.
I like
it's,
that.
Yeah. Very thin.
Yeah.
Okay. So you ready to try out the cattle crisps?
Yeah.
Oh, also, they don't use preservatives in this. So from the time you open it till the time you finish it, 3 days should be the max. These are some bigger chunks. I'll let you reach in first.
Okay. Also thin.
Oh, look at this. I got the motherlode chip here. I'm gonna have to break this apart.
I'm gonna eat this other piece.
Okay, then I'm gonna eat this other piece too.
Yeah.
So, what'd you think of that?
So I had a lot of fat personally on my piece, which melted away in my mouth. Very good. It was like perfectly cooked bacon that just has that little crunch, but then it melts away. It is crisp. It's not.
Yeah, it's not crisp like a snap type
No.
cracker, but it is. I agree.
7-year-old
I was going to say the
Jones.
bacon thing as
Yeah.
well.
Innocent child has died after being found in the suburban detention pond, police said, in Lake in the Hills.
It really did
Yeah.
7 years.
remind me an awful lot of bacon.
Yeah.
It is thinner, like you said, salty. I think it's saltier than the Brooklyn Biltong. And as I was chewing it, when I first started chewing it, I just thought, oh, please don't be like gristly chewy with the fat.
None.
But you just kept chewing it and it dissolved. I'm salivating just kind of thinking about it. I mean, it's a texture that's different than any jerky that I've ever had.
Yeah, totally.
And it's hard to describe. It's right between that, like a little bit of crisp, little bit of chew, and but the melt in your mouth aspect is pretty awesome on it. That was good.
It was very good. The only thing is that the shreds of meat that were in there sometimes a little spiky.
On
You know
this,
what I'm trying to say?
yeah, it's kind of like when you cut meat with the grain versus perpendicular or across the grain.
Yes.
And it's possible that, on something like this, when
Yeah,
it's
but the carrot
USDA
horses.
prime and there's a lot more fat and marbling in it, that if they did it that way,
Yeah.
maybe it would just fall apart. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's excellent tasting,
Mhm.
super clean.
18-year-old man died after the Central Park carriage horse got loose and took off in the park on Wednesday afternoon.
I love the melt in your mouth aspect. Here's where I think a lot of people are going to struggle, and I addressed this with one of the owners, is the price. Because a 2-ounce bag, and I want to put this in perspective for everybody, because I know that there's going to be some people that want to comment about the price and say that's insane and all that. But a 2-ounce bag is $12. That's before using a coupon code. They created a coupon code for me. I didn't ask them to do that, but they created a 10% off coupon code for me. So that gets it down, 10 and a half bucks, a little more than that for a packet, which is more expensive than the Brooklyn Biltong.
Mhm.
It is pretty much comparable with Mad Hat jerky, which is very jerky-ish. But,
Right.
they're, I think, about $10 for a 2-ounce bag. But again, this is USDA prime. Go out and look up how much any cut of USDA prime is at 6 ounces, and it's more than $10 or $12.
Yeah.
I mean, a 6-ounce like ribeye, USDA prime, you can be looking north of $35, although I don't think they're using ribeye here. So anyhow, I love the jerky. I think it tastes really good. A little on the salty side. But again, like if you like bacon,
It's like bacon.
it's like bacon in terms of saltiness.
Yeah.
Very good. The price is going to be, I think, a little bit of a sticking point for a lot of people. And I feel kind of bad about that because I want to support a small company and a startup, but I'm not exactly sure who their target market is at this price. Like who wants USDA prime beef jerky?
I think people who care about what they're putting into their body are willing to spend money on that. People who don't care about their body are also willing to spend $7 at Starbucks. So I think there's nothing better to spend your money on than food that's good for you, that's going to fuel you. It costs $7, I think, for a bag of Doritos or something like that too. I mean,
Yeah, well,
there's 32 grams of protein.
Mhm.
It's good.
I think that's an excellent way to kind of couch
Yeah.
this.
I mean, so is the Costco. The Costco stuff is good too.
Yeah.
Costco.
So
And
it's whatever.
clean. So yeah.
Yeah.
I think if you can find this at Costco, good purchase.
Yeah.
If you're in the market for some high-end jerky with a little bit of crisp, tastes like bacon kind of,
Mm-hmm.
this stuff is great as well. So I will include a link down in the description below for this product, for the Cattle Crisp, along with the coupon code. Anything else?
No, it was good. Good snack. I like it.
All right. Well, hopefully people are happy to see you again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good to have you here.
Good to see ya.
And-
And I'll see you next time.
And I'll say thanks
For watching.
If I had to start over in the trades tomorrow, no tools, no truck, no name, no resume, here's exactly what I do every single day to go from green apprentice to the guy that everyone fights to have on their crew. I call it the Tough Six. What's up? I've been in the trades long enough to see hundreds of apprentices come through. I've watched the ones who've made it. I've watched the ones who've wasted out. And here's what nobody tells you when you sign up. The guys who make it aren't the ones that are the best hands on day one. They're not the smartest. They're not the strongest. They're not even the ones with the most experience walking in. They're the ones with habits. Now, there's really 6 of them. And if you do them every single day and you focus on them every morning when you get up, you're going to do great. And I call them the Trades Tough Six. They're easy. Show up early, hit it effing hard, bring the fire, give a damn, take the teaching, and go one more. That's it. That's the Trade Tough Six. If you're starting out, or even if you've been in for, say, 5 years or so and you feel stuck, lock these in. Put them in your phone. Set a reminder that an alarm goes off every morning and sends you this list. I promise your trajectory will completely change. Now, let me go through and break each one down and tell you why they're important. Number 1, show up early. You've all heard it. If you're early, you're on time. If you're on time, you're late. And if you're late, you're fired. Now, I'm not talking about just 5 minutes early. I'm talking be 10, 15 minutes early. Me, I used to show up 20 to 30 minutes early before the crew even rolled out. Boots on, coffee, tea, milk and donuts, whatever I did, tools laid out, my brain was wide awake. Because here's what showing up early actually does. It tells the lead guy, the foreman, the owner, this kid is serious. You haven't said a word yet, and you've already separated yourself from 80% of the guys that show up to work for him. And that's a big deal because showing up on time isn't on time. On time is late, remember? Early is on time. And late, that gets fired. And it isn't about the clock. It's about the message it delivers. Every morning, you're telling the crew who you are before you even pick up a tool. So tell them the right thing that you want them to know. You're there, you're serious, and you came to work. Show up early. Set the tone. The day belongs to whoever started it first. Number 2, hit it effing hard. And look, this is something I've been saying for years. There's a difference between being at work and doing work. You walk on any job site right now and you'll see 10 guys moving and maybe 2 of them actually working hard. The rest, they're just pacing it. They're scrolling their phones. They're stretching. They're out smoking a cigarette. They're sleeping in the porta-john. They're taking it easy. They're not doing good. They look busy. But when you look at the end of the day at what they got done, they're not busy. They're not busy at all. Do not be that guy. When you pick up a tool, you swing it like it owes you money. When you carry material, you carry it like the job depends on it, because guess what? It does. When you dig, you dig. When you frame, you frame. No half effort, no coasting, no I'll catch up after lunch. I remember when I owned a company, I pulled up, my guys were digging to change out a valve box right in front of a house. And literally my journeyman is sitting on a brick ledge doing a shovel. The apprentice is over on the phone. I pull up and get up, and they both jump up and start grabbing shovels. I said, no. Y'all sit down. Y'all have a seat. I got this. And I dug it and made them sit there and watch me. I understood they were mailing it in, but I didn't have anybody to replace them with. But I wanted to show them, look, I'm never going to ask y'all to do things I won't do. Hustle stands out. It always has, and it always will. There is no job site in America where a kid who outworks everybody else does not get noticed. But also on that job site, when you got the guy that never does a thing, they get noticed too. And it's not just about looking good for the boss. It's about respecting the trade. Somebody's training you or has trained you. Somebody's paying you. Somebody trusts you to be there. Hit it effing hard or get out of the way. Hit it hard every swing, every shift, every day. Number 3, bring the fire. This one's about energy, and energy is contagious, both kinds. If you ever work next to a guy who whines all day, it's too hot, it's too cold, the boss is an idiot, customer's a pain, this job sucks. 5 hours next to that guy, and you want to throw your hammer in a lake. Now, flip it. You ever work next to a guy who shows up, fired up? I mean, he's ready to go. He cracks jokes. He pushes the pace. He makes the hard part look easy because he's having a good time. He enjoys doing it. And that guy makes you better just by standing next to him. Well, guess what? You can be that guy. You don't have to be loud. You don't have to be the funny one, but you better walk on that side with energy in your step and fire behind your eyes, because your attitude is your signature. It's the thing the crew remembers about you after you leave. Bring the fire and the whole job site lifts. Drag it down and you become the guy they don't want to call back. And when it's time to lay people off, guess which one they want to keep? Number 4, give a damn. This is the one that separates trade guys from craftsmen. Anybody can throw work together. Anybody can hit good enough and walk away. But the guys who care about the cut, about the finish, about the customer, about what their name looks like. I mean, think about that. I told my son when he got in the union, you got one name and it will follow you the rest of your life. What does your name look like stamped on that job 5 years from now? Those are the ones who build careers. Give a damn about the work. Sweep up before you leave. Keep your work area clean during the day. Tighten the screw that nobody else is going to see. Fix the thing that's bugging you, even if the foreman didn't ask you to. Treat that house, that pipe, that panel, that building, that weld, like your name is going to be on it forever. Because honestly, it is. And here's the thing that nobody says out loud. The trades remember. The customers remember. The foreman remembers. The other crew members, they remember you too. You can fake a lot of things in this world, but you can't fake giving a damn. It shows in the work or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, it's not good. So either care about what you do or get a different job. I've heard McDonald's is hiring. I'm being serious. Number 5, take the teaching. This is where most young guys blow it. They walk on the job site thinking they already know everything. Maybe they watched a YouTube video. Maybe their uncle was a plumber. Maybe they finished trade school. It doesn't matter. The job site is its own university, and you don't have a degree yet. So shut your mouth and open your ears. When the lead guy shows you something, watch. When he tells you something, write it down. When he corrects you, say thank you. Not because he's always right, because every correction is a free education that 99% of the people in the world will never get or never listen to or never think about. They're going to think, oh, he doesn't even know what he's talking about. And they're going to let it go. Learn the lesson. Ask good questions, not lazy questions. Don't ask, how do I do this? 5 seconds after he showed you. Ask, why do you do it that way and not this way? Ask, what's the move when this goes sideways? Those are questions that earn respect and earn knowledge by helping you learn all at the same time. There's no ego here. There's no excuses. No, but at my last job, we did it differently. Okay. I don't want you to do it that way. I want you to do it my way. Or maybe it says, okay, show me the way you did it, and I'm going to explain to you why we do it this way. Take the teaching every day from everyone. The trade is too deep to learn any other way. And number 6, and this is a big one, go one more. It's 3:30. The truck's leaving at 4. Most guys are already mentally checked out, cleaning tools really slow, walking slower, counting minutes, hanging out in the porta-john again. You go one more board, one more weld, one more sweep, one more thing checked off the list that the next guy was going to have to do tomorrow. This is the habit that builds you when nobody's watching, because finishing strong is exactly when everybody stops watching. The boss is on the phone. The crew, well, they're already in the truck. The customer's gone home and you're still grinding. That's where the difference is made. Not in the middle of the day, not when the adrenaline is carrying you away, at the end, when you're tired. When it would be so easy to just coast, that's when you go one more. And like I said, that's a big one. Because the trades aren't built in single days. They're built in the last 20 minutes of every single day, stacked on top of each other for years. Go one more, always. Even when nobody asks, especially when nobody asks. Now, those are the tough 6. Show up early, hit it effing hard, bring the fire, give a damn, take the teaching, and go one more. It's not complicated. It's not a secret. It's not some hack. It's 6 things that you choose to do every day or you don't. And here's what I'll tell you straight up. If you're new to the trades and you live by these 6, in a year, you'll be the guy that your foreman calls when the job's tight. In 3 years, you'll be the foreman. You'll be running the crew. In 5 years, you'll be writing your own check. I've watched it happen over and over. When you move up to be a foreman or a superintendent, director of operations, whatever it is, you get paid. The trades will give you everything: a career, a profession, a paycheck, a craft, a brotherhood, a life that you can be proud of. But they'll only give it to you if you're the guy who shows up willing to earn it. So tomorrow morning, set the alarm 15 minutes earlier. Get to the site before the company truck pulls up and start the tough 6. You do this and you're going to completely change your life. You do it every day, you completely change your future. I'm Roger Wakefield. I'll see you in the next video.
Hey, I don't see Matt Farrell lately. You got anything from him?
No, I think so.
Okay, I'll look. Thanks.
Hey. Hmm? Hmm? Hmm?
Keep on going down to Matt Farrell. You know, undecided.
Yeah. What is it though? Huh?
Just say it.
Let's look for it though. See it? Matt Farrell. That's it. Let's just see this. Get past the hill. There we go. This one?
10-cent battery turns seawater into fresh water.
Anyone who's dropped their phone in the ocean knows that seawater is a battery killer. Unless, of course, you make a battery that runs on seawater. And this battery being developed in Korea does exactly that. And not only that, it can also make fresh water from seawater and pull carbon dioxide from the air. This means that one system is doing the job of a battery, a desalination plant, and a carbon capture system. Seriously. This system is the brainchild, or maybe I should say brainchild, of Professor Kim Young-sik. Along with his colleagues, he's been quietly building this for over a decade. And here's the kicker. It might use less energy than today's leading desalination method. So how does this ambitious system work? The setup is actually simpler than you might think. But the real question is whether it's worth its salt. Because if it is, it might just be the Swiss Army knife that we need to solve our energy and freshwater crisis. I'm Matt Farrell. Welcome to Undecided. This video is brought to you by Ground News. I'm all for a good 2-in-1. Your EV as a backup house battery, agrivoltaics, sporks. And living in a net zero home, I tend to think about energy and water as part of the same system. Use one and you often use the other. So when technology promises to store energy and make water, I want to hear about it. The case for combining these technologies is a no-brainer. We need energy storage and we need more fresh water. With more and more renewables like solar and wind dumping energy into the grid when the sun shines or the wind blows, Bloomberg NEF predicted that grid battery installations would rise 35% in 2025 and keep growing from there to 220 gigawatts a year by 2035. Now, seawater desalination is growing too, at about 7% a year as water scarcity accelerates around the world. And desalination is such a power-hungry process, even oil-rich nations are signing up for renewables to power it. Seawater batteries can make desalination more efficient. One seawater battery setup used nearly 40% less energy to remove the sodium and chloride from seawater than today's standard reverse osmosis method. There's synergy in the sea. But a 3-in-1? That's where I start raising an eyebrow. Pulling CO2 out of the air on top of everything else sounds like the straw that broke the Camel battery's back. But we'll get to that later. Despite my skepticism, this idea is not all pie in the sky. It's just a battery in the sea. Like I mentioned, this system was created by Professor Kim Young-sik and colleagues at Korea's Ulsan National Institute of Science and Technology. Professor Young-sik literally wrote the textbook on
Careful. Don't follow me, okay?
That's what you're worried about me for?
seawater battery.
Yeah, you squish me.
It's called Seawater Batteries. And this system's development has been supported by government grants, utility partnerships, and Young-sik's own startup. They're serious, and they've got big plans. Young-sik said, once this battery is commercialized, we can lead the 47 trillion won, or about 42 billion worth,
Now what?
advanced energy storage devices market. It'll become one of the major growth engines in the future of our economy. He's talking about all seawater batteries, not just the ones that also desalinate and capture carbon. Still, that's a huge claim. And the question is, are his saltwater batteries ready to deliver? So we know what this battery is, and that it could be important, but how does it work? We'll get into how this seawater battery works in just a second, but claims about how these things will impact the grid and renewable energy varies wildly depending on where you read about them. Revolutionary breakthrough or overhyped green tech. Same product, completely different narratives. But let me show you a tool that I use to cut through that noise. And that's where today's sponsor, Ground News, comes in. Created by a former NASA engineer, Ground News pulls from over 50,000 sources and breaks down political bias, credibility, ownership, and even financial incentives behind the coverage. A great example, take any major story about renewable energy policy, like this one about 7 Northeast states suing the Trump administration over a nearly $1 billion offshore wind deal. With one click, I can see a summary, political bias, ownership details, and a factuality breakdown for every outlet covering it. The center hits the facts, 7 states suing over a $928 million cancellation. The left calls it illegal, and the Sierra Club applauds the states for challenging the buyout. The right calls it a win. Trump redirecting wind funds to drill baby drill. Same story, 3 completely different narratives. If you're watching my channel, you probably like digging deeper into the science and technology behind these stories. Ground News helps you compare coverage, spot bias, and catch what others might miss. I especially like the blind spot feed. It shows stories underreported by one side of the spectrum. It's helped me recognize my own blind spots and understand the nuance behind the headlines. For a limited time, you can get the same plan I use for nearly half off. Just head to ground.news/undecided or scan the QR code to save 40% off their Vantage plan. Thanks to Ground News and to all of you for supporting the channel. Now back to that battery that needs an ocean. For a battery that runs on seawater, you might be thinking seawater equals salts, which means sodium. But this isn't a sodium-ion battery like the ones I've been covering in next-generation EVs. Sodium-ion batteries promise to replace lithium-ion batteries, swapping out expensive lithium for sodium purified from seawater. Professor Kim's battery uses salt water piped straight from the ocean and turns it into fresh water as it charges. And that requires radically changing the battery design in ways that cut costs. In conventional sealed batteries, lithium or sodium ions get packed into a sponge-like cathode when the battery charges. The catch is that the materials that can do that over and over again, like cobalt and nickel-based cathodes, are not cheap. These seawater batteries address this problem by not using conventional cathodes that store ions. Reactions happen right at the surface of the positive electrode, and the ions stay in the seawater. That has a big impact on price. About 40% of the material costs of traditional batteries is for the cathode. For lithium ion, that's about $78 per kilowatt hour. Lead acid comes in around $53. But for saltwater batteries, about 10 cents per kilowatt hour. 10 cents. When is the last time you paid a dime for anything? 10 cents is basically free. The cost is significantly lower, but that's not all. Like I said, this cheap energy also makes seawater into drinkable water. How? In regular batteries, ions rock back and forth between the positive cathode and the negative anode, with each charge and discharge. In the seawater battery, the incoming seawater hits a fork in the road. Sodium heads one way, chloride goes another way, and what's left flowing out of the middle is water with most of the salts removed. It's the difference between sitting in an old rocking chair and hurtling down a split-lane water slide. This one's way more fun. So what's the secret to sending sodium and chloride down different chutes than the fresh water? It's membranes. They act like bouncers at Club Battery, deciding who gets let in and who gets turned away. Sodium gets the VIP treatment from a membrane called a sodium superion conductor, or NASICON. The ceramic framework is like a maze only sodium can navigate, and it moves through it fast. Those other seawater salts, like calcium, magnesium, and chloride, those are all held back from Club Battery. They're wearing the wrong chemical dress code. NASICON membranes pass 98 to 99% of the sodium. About 69 to 85% of the chloride gets filtered out by a different membrane at the entrance of the chloride's own waterslide chute. All of this happens as the battery is charged. Chloride shuffles to the left into a compartment with a positive electrode, and sodium passes right through that NASICON membrane into a special compartment closed off from the air. And this is the part of the seawater battery that just blows my mind. On the other side of that NASICON membrane, the sodium is no longer in seawater. It's in a fluid with no water at all. And that lets sodium, which is half the salt in your salt shaker, plate as pure metal. It's completely wild. The part that's genuinely satisfying about the way the seawater battery works is that charging the battery and desalinating seawater aren't two separate processes. They're one and the same. The separation of sodium and chloride into different compartments is the charge separation of the battery. That's reflected in the energy savings. For the same amount of sodium chloride removed from seawater, today's leading desalination technique, reverse osmosis, needs 4.06 watt-hours. This technique did it with just 2.51 watt-hours in lab tests. That's nearly 40% less energy. Because instead of forcing water through a reverse osmosis membrane with high-pressure pumps, here you're just charging a battery. Whether that makes this battery a Swiss Army knife worth carrying, we'll get to that in a bit, especially since we still haven't seen the discharge side where it pulls CO2 out of the air. Those of you keeping track are probably wondering about those other ions like magnesium and calcium. They're not cool enough to make it past the velvet rope at Club Battery. Only about 80% of salts in seawater are sodium and chloride. That means the water flowing out of the bottom of the seawater battery still has some salts left in it, and they're disappointed that they got all dressed up for nothing. Compare that to seawater that went through the reverse osmosis desalination. It uses more energy for the same amount of sodium chloride, but removes all the different salts, including magnesium and calcium, in one go. This is my least favorite part of the seawater battery system. It's a full battery, but only a partial desalinator. The remaining salts still need to be removed in an extra reverse osmosis desalination step. The system may be the jack of all trades, but perhaps it masters none. The good news is that reverse osmosis uses a lot less energy to purify brackish water like this than full-on seawater. So the polishing should be comparatively cheap, but it's still early days and it's too early for a full price comparison. But now we're at the part that I've been waiting for. What keeps me excited about this battery is that when it discharges, when you get electricity back out, it's also pulling carbon out of the air, helping offset the carbon footprint of running the system in the first place. 3 ingredients are required to make this happen: carbon dioxide, alkaline water, and those magnesium and calcium salts naturally present in seawater. During discharge, that sodium metal turns back into sodium ions and exits into another seawater compartment. The water there is alkaline from oxygen reacting at the positive electrode during discharge. And here's the important piece of this. Alkaline water readily absorbs carbon dioxide when air is bubbled in. Mix those 3 ingredients together and you get carbonates that fall right out of the water as a powdery dust at the bottom, locking carbon away. It's kind of like watching cheese curds form from liquid milk, except the carbonate tastes like chalk and the curds are delicious on top of fries with gravy. My Canadian viewers can help explain this in the comments. I gotta stop filming this right before I eat. I always film right before lunch. And at the end of this process, the sodium and chloride in salt water, separated as the battery charged, are reunited as it discharges. Seawater in, fresh water and brine out. So how much carbon can this battery actually remove? Is this a gimmick or a godsend? The math isn't certain just yet, but the researchers estimate that producing 150 cubic meters of treated seawater each day would also pack away between 640 and 1,280 kilograms of CO2. That's like taking 50 to 100 cars off the road while providing fresh water for 1,000 to 1,500 people for the day. The potential here is really impressive. So what's the catch? Well, the details of the full 3-in-1 system are still being worked out at Ulsan National Institute of Science and Technology. Researchers are hoping to make that ceramic Nasicon membrane even more durable. That's key to lowering the costs because ceramics have to be sintered at high temperatures, which uses a lot of energy. Right now, seawater batteries seem to trade one expense for another, swapping expensive traditional cathodes for expensive membranes. But here's an important difference. The price of rare cathode metals like cobalt isn't coming down. With more development, these ceramic membranes made from abundant materials could actually become cheaper. Another open question is whether the energy savings in the lab will hold up in the real world. Seawater isn't just salt water. There's all sorts of ocean gunk in the deep. These batteries will need to run for years while managing the inevitable fouling, which is the accumulation of all that extra stuff, which includes everything from salt deposits to biofilms, which are known to plague water loops in real-life industrial facilities. The battery part of this 3-in-1 system is the furthest along. Saltwater batteries are already powering the flashing lights on marine buoys. That's exactly the kind of salty environment where traditional batteries corrode and fail. That puts the saltwater battery itself at about a TRL of 5 or even 6. The potential added benefits like desalination and carbon capture, those sit closer to a 3 or a 4. I've been covering desalination for years on this channel, and the biggest challenge has been just how much energy it uses. So much so that in some parts of the world, desalination plants are built right alongside or even integrated into power plants. That's why I was so excited to see the energy savings of this 3-in-1 system. So is it worth its salt? Well, as a battery, it's getting there. As a desalination and carbon capture system, the jury's still out. In part because no single system has been built that does all 3 simultaneously. It's not a Swiss Army knife just yet. It's an experimental Korean seawater battery in development. The question I keep coming back to is, does this have to compete as a desalination method with reverse osmosis? Or can it just complement it? Desalination is already starting to run on renewable energy. At 2 key plants in Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, 20 to 30% of the power comes from nearby solar fields. That's got me asking, could seawater batteries be sitting at reverse osmosis plants where both seawater and know-how are already on tap? And who better than a reverse osmosis facility to polish the water into drinkability? What do you think? Will this 3-in-1 be worth the trade-offs? Or are you banking on those deep sea desalination startups we covered last year? One of them, Flotion, is set to open the world's first commercial subsea desalination plant in Norway this June, using deep sea pressure to drive reverse osmosis. I'll put a link in the description if you missed that one. You can also check out extended cuts of many of my videos over on Patreon. If human written and research videos matter to you, Patreon support helps a ton. The link is in the description if you'd like to join, but just watching, subscribing, and turning on notifications is awesome. Check out my follow-up podcast, Still to Be Determined, where we'll keep this conversation going. Keep your mind open, stay curious, and I'll see you in the next one.
No. Yeah. Huh? Yeah.
Hello?
Am I chatty?
Yeah, who's this?
It's Vinny.
Oh, hi, Vincent.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, I got bad news. My mom died a year ago.
Oh, so I hear that.
Yeah, she was ready to go. I mean, it was a year ago in May.
Wow.
And we buried her next to my dad at All Saints. Everybody was there. I cried a lot. You know, it's just part of.
Yeah.
So.
The reason I'm calling is Adam Abram contacted me, and he said that Marty, somebody named Marty Beer Drums having a party tomorrow.
Yep, across the street at the Commons.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you gonna go?
Am I invited?
Well, I need a ride though. I might need you guys to pick me up.
Oh.
I still have the same group home off in States. I haven't moved. You know.
Yep.
I was just in the hospital in January. I had a gallbladder removed.
Oh wow.
And a pancreas infection.
Yeah.
So I'm better now. It hurts a little bit. I still ride my bike. You know. Well, how old is your dad now?
He's close to my mom's age, almost there, you know.
Okay, I'm only 62.
Yeah.
63. I'm working at a stupid workshop in Wheeling and trying to get another job, hopefully.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I have no more. I have two brothers though, but they're still married with kids. One's in college, and you know.
Yep.
Yeah, I got your number though.
Yep.
You know, Adam gave it to me.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. What do you? Are you working bowling too or no?
No.
I'm not. I'm doing bowl. Yeah, I am doing bowling. I'm doing Clearbrook bowling at Arlington Lanes
Yeah.
in September, run by Tim Jones.
Oh wow.
So I missed part of bowling, you know,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna do softball now. So.
Yeah.
Is your dad still around or what?
Yeah, he is.
Good. Is he retired or working?
Retired.
Aren't we all?
Yeah.
Good. Oh, I just had a hamburger for lunch.
Yeah.
At the group, because there's no workshop today. We're closed.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, Marty's like 70, gonna be 71 tomorrow. I don't see him anymore now.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he lives at the Commons. His sister's cousin lives in Hawaii.
Oh wow.
He has nobody.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where do you work at now?
Nowhere.
No, jeez. You're not the only one.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get a job from John.
Yep.
What about your Linda?
Then she's retired. She's been retired a long time ago.
That's good.
Yep.
No, I was put to sleep when they did the gallbladder on April 28th. I woke up and
Yeah.
went home.
Yep.
Yeah, talk to your dad if he can give me a ride, you know.
We'll see, okay?
Right.
Because I think my mom's taking me instead, you know?
Yeah, ask your mom.
Well, I don't know. I'll ask her, okay?
Cool.
Let's
Yeah,
just-
that'd be great. Artie wants to see me, you know.
Yep.
I can tell her the bad news about my mom. My mom's name was Judith Diotti.
Yeah?
Yeah, I went to the cemetery with my brother Steve, his wife, my niece Sophia,
Yeah?
and his boyfriend.
Wow.
So he's lying next to Dad. So the old man's been gone almost 8 years already.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You have a girlfriend then?
Nope.
No? All right, well, call me early tomorrow and find out.
All right.
Cool. Bye-bye.
Bye.
and you reached Clearbrook Commons. If you know your party. One moment, please.
Hi, you've reached the voicemail box of Jessica Nodo. Today is Monday, June 1st. I'll be in the office until 4 p.m. Please leave me a message. I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you and have a great day.
Hi, Jessica. This is Vince Luger. I had a question for you about tomorrow, regarding Marty Beardrone's birthday party. I'll be there tomorrow. Looking forward to it. Give me a call back at 224-460-5106. Give me a call back. Thank you. Bye.
To replay your recording, press 1. To erase and re-record, press 2. For delivery options, 4. That command is not recognized. Please try again. To replay your recording, press 1. To erase and re-record, press 2. For delivery options, press 3. To mark this message urgent, press 2. To mark this message marked urgent. To reach. Please leave your message for
Trish Bell.
Trish Bell.
Hi, Grandma Trish. It's Vince Luger. I just want to know if you know a guy named Marty Beardrone at the Commons. One of his friends invited me to his birthday party tomorrow afternoon at the park across from the Commons. Give me a call back at 224-460-5106. Give me a call back, okay? Bye. Bye.
Power on. Bluetooth pairing. Bluetooth connected.
Hold on a second. Bluetooth's got disconnected for a minute. Susie, me.
Bluetooth disconnected.
Very good.
Hi, you reached Cuervo Commons. If you know your party's extension, you can enter it now. One moment, please.
Hi, you've reached the voicemail box of Jessica Nodal. Today is Monday, June 1st. I'll be in and out of the office until 4 p.m. Please leave me a message. I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you and have a great day.
I'll be back.
party's extension, you can enter it now or press the pound button. One moment, please.
Hi, you've reached the voicemail box of Jessica Nodo. Today is Monday, June 1st. I'll be in and out of the office until 4 p.m. Please leave me a message. I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you and have a great day.
Hi, you reached Clearbrook Commons. If you know your party's extension, you can enter it now or press the pound button for the staff directory or make your selection from the following. One moment, please.
Hi, you've reached the voicemail box of Jessica Nodo. Today is Monday, June 1st.
Jessica.
Please leave your message for
Trish Bell.
Hi, Grandma Trish. Can you give me a call back? It's about tomorrow. It's about tomorrow. A birthday party going on for Mike. Not Mike. Marty Beardrone party. I was wondering if I can come and celebrate with you guys because I know Marty a lot from bowling when he used to bowl with NWSRA. Give me a call back. I'll try to call Tim Jones. Okay. Give me a call back at 224-460-5106. Surgeon. Bye.
To replay your message, press 1 to mark urgent. Message mark.
calling Clearbrook's
Tim
Administrative
Jones.
Office. We are located at 1835
Tim
West
Jones.
Central Road in Arlington Heights, Illinois. Our normal
Tim
business hours
Jones.
are Monday through Friday from 8 a.m.
Tim
to 4:30
Jones.
p.m.
I think you said Tim. Is that correct? Say yes or no, or press 1 for yes. Sorry, too many matches. Please try again by saying more of the name.
Thank you for
Tim
calling Clearbrook's
Jones.
Administrative Office. We are located at
Tim
1835
Jones.
West Central Road in Arlington Heights, Illinois.
Tim Jones.
Our normal business.
I think you said John. Is that correct? Say yes or no.
Thank you for calling Clearbrook's
Tim
Administrative
Jones.
Office. We are located at 1835 West Central Road in Arlington Heights,
Tim
Illinois.
Jones.
Our normal business.
Sorry, I didn't find anyone with this name.
Thank you for calling Clearbrook's Administrative. We are located at
Tim
1835
Jones.
West.
I think you said Tim Jones. Is that
Correct? Say yes or no, or transferring your call to Tim Jones. The person you are trying to reach is the person you are trying.
party's extension? You can enter it now or press the pound button. One moment, please.
Hi, if you're still voicemail box of Jessica Nodog, today is Monday, June 1st. I'll be in and out of the office until 4 p.m. Please leave me a message. I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you and have a great day.
Hi, Jessica. It's Vince Luga. Can you call me at 224-460-5106? It's about my Beer Jones party tomorrow. Give me a call back. I'll try someone else who's in charge of the comments. Thank you. Bye.
To replay your recording, press 1. To erase and re-record, recording erased.
Hi, Jessica. It's Vince Luga. Can you call me? It's urgent at 224-460-5106. Give me a call back. It's urgent. Bye.
To replay your recording, press 4. That command is not recognized. Please try again. To replay your recording, press 1. To mark this message urgent, press 2. To mark this message marked urgent.
Okay.
Bluetooth pairing. Bluetooth connected.
Não gosto de tomar banho.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here with the Q&A, and anything that I say is not meant to diagnose you. Check with your doctor before implementing any of the suggestions that we're going to mention that come close to curing your diseases. That being said, Steve, over to you. Let's go through these questions, as many as we can today.
All right, very good. And we've got the mailbag as well. Let's start off with Ianella from Facebook. I keep getting H. pylori. Can you help with a suggestion of how it gets contracted so easily? And is there a permanent fix?
H. pylori is a microbe that is typically in cooperation with your body, and it doesn't create a problem. 80% of the population has it, and kind of lives in your stomach, and it has a mechanism. It's kind of, as soon as that environment changes, let's say your pH of your stomach starts becoming less acidic, it's like, oh, I can now create problems, and it starts to multiply, and it becomes a problem because part of its strategic defense is making ammonia, which is super alkaline, so it can survive. So the best thing to do is just to, instead of going the route of trying to kill it off, change the environment. So acidify the stomach. And that would be taking betaine hydrochloride. We'd probably take 5 little tablets before you eat for a period of time to acidify the stomach, and hopefully make it go away. But realize that the H. pylori can cause an ulcer, and if you're taking betaine hydrochloride with an ulcer, it can make things worse. So you then have to back up, fix the ulcer with something called zinc.
Thank you for calling
Tim
Clerks
Jones.
Administrative Office. I think you said Tim Jones. Transferring your call to Tim Jones. The person you are trying to reach is currently unavailable. Please leave a message after the tone. Thank you for calling.
How does this?
It's Tim Jones, all right. I know. But first, Jessica Nudo. Which one is Jessica Nudo? Hold on a second. What's the good?
Thank you
Kathy
for calling
Schuring.
Clinic's Administrative Office. Sorry, I didn't find anyone with this name. Thank you
Kathy
for calling
Schuring.
Clinic's Administrative Office. I think you said Julie. Is that correct? Say yes or no. Well, thank you
Kathy
for calling
Schuring.
Clinic's Sorry, I didn't find anyone with this name.
Kathy
Thanks for
Schuring.
calling Clinic's I think you said Hastings, Caitlin. Is that correct? Okay. Did you say Kathy Schuing? Say yes or no, or press 1 for yes or 2 for no. Transferring your call to Kathy Schuing.
Hi, this is Kathy Schuing. Thank you for calling Clearbrook Volunteer Support Services. I am out of the office today. Please leave me your name and number, and I will get back to you as soon as I can. Thank you, and have a wonderful day.
Please leave a message after the tone. When you have finished, please hang up or press the pound key for more options.
Hey, Kathy Schuin, this is Vinny Sluga. Who did I talk to about regarding a party tomorrow afternoon across from the Commons? Give me a call back at 224-460-5106. Give me a call back. It's urgent. Bye.
To accept and set message options, press 1. To send now, press the pound key. To mark as high importance, press 1. To return high importance. Party's extension, you can enter it now or press the pound button. One moment, please.
Hi, you've reached the voicemail box of Jessica Nodog. Today is Monday, June 1st. I'll be in and out of the office until 4 p.m.
I'll teach you before. Let's see.
Please leave your message for
Trish
Bell.
Hi, Grandma Trish. This is Vinny Sluga. Sorry to bother you, but I have a question about a party tomorrow afternoon at the Commons, near the Commons, across from the Commons. If you have a chance, give me a call back at 224-460-5106. It's Vinny Sluga. Kind regards about a party tomorrow. Thank you. Bye-bye.
To replay your message, press to marker net.
We'd probably take 5 little tablets before you eat for a period of time to acidify the stomach and hopefully make it go away. But realize that the H. pylori can cause an ulcer. And if you
calling Clearbrook's administrative office. We are located at 1835 West Central Road in
Kathy
Arlington,
Shuing.
Illinois. I think you said Kathy Shuing. Is that correct? Transferring your call to Kathy Shuing.
Hi, this is Kathy Shuling. Thank you for calling Clearbrook Volunteer Support Services. I am out of the office today. Please leave me your name and number, and I will get back to you as soon as I can.
Oh, shut up. Oh, my back.
Hi, you reached Clearbrook Commons. If you know your party's extension, one moment, please.
Hi, you've reached the voicemail box of Jessica Nodo. Today is Monday, June 1st.
I'll try her later. I'll try my chat again.
Hello?
Hi, Mike.
Hey, good.
Hey, who's in charge of the Clearbrook Commons?
Oh, I don't know. I don't even know.
Oh,
Yeah. Why? What do you want to know for?
just want to know, just because I had a question for them, you know?
Yeah. It's sad that
Huh?
It's sad that Marty has to live there, you know.
Yeah. Yep.
Are you gonna come?
Huh?
Are you gonna come? Are you coming to the picnic, whatever it is?
What picnic?
No, for Marty's birthday, whatever.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Can you guys pick me up?
I don't know yet. I'll text my dad, okay?
All right, I'll find out, because, you know, if I could get Bill or whoever, you know. I really gotta come to this thing.
Yeah.
My nephew, Jack, lives in Iowa now with his girlfriend. We're waiting on them to be married.
Oh, wow.
And then Hunter has a girlfriend named Sarah. They
Yeah?
came out 2 years ago, yeah. So, and my sister lives in Vegas.
Yeah?
She's like 16.
Wow.
63. She'll be 64 June 25th. Sophia will be the same, 23.
Yep.
And then my other nephew, Gianni, goes to he attends college at Western Michigan now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. What'd you do for Easter, though?
Not much.
Me either. I went to Rick's house. We had a ham and all that stuff.
Sounds
20
good.
people. Yeah, I didn't eat a lot.
Yep.
your things to me.
Yep.
All right, we'll find out later, Ben.
All right.
Bye.
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 And hold up. Look at these.
I know how.
Hi, you reached Clearbrook Commons. If you know your party's extension, you can enter it now or press the pound button for the staff directory. Using the dial pad buttons, please spell the name of the person. For the letter Q, press Bell. To accept this selection, press number sign. Select 1 moment, please. Bell is not available at the moment. At the tone, record your message. To end your recording, press number sign. To reach an operator, press 0. 1 moment, please. The operator is not available. Press Bell.
Samsung.
Thank you for calling Clearbrook's Administrative Office. We are located at 1830
Jack McHugh.
Central Road. Sorry, I didn't find anyone with this name. Thank you for calling
Jack
Clearbrook's
McHugh.
Administrative Office. I think you said Jacqueline Noel. Is that correct? Say yes or no, or press. Thank you for calling
Tim Jones.
Clearbrook's Administrative Office. I think you said Tim Jones. Is that correct? Say yes or no, or press.
Tim
Thanks for calling
Jones.
Clearbrook's Administrative. I think you said Tim Jones. Is that correct? Transferring your call to Tim Jones. After the tone. When you have finished, please hang up or press the pound key for more options.
Hey, Tim Jones. This is me, Sluga. I had a couple questions for you. If you have a chance, give me a call at 224-460-5106. Give me a call back. Bye.
To accept and set message options, press 1. To send now, press the pound key. Message sent. Goodbye.
taking betaine hydrochloride with an ulcer, it can make things worse. So you then have to back up, fix the ulcer with something called zinc carnosine for a while, and then come back and acidify the stomach. That's how I would do it.
All right, very good. Here, well, here's a really unusual one. Let's see.
Thank you for
Heidi
calling
Raymond.
Clerics Administrative. Sorry, I didn't find anyone with this name. Thank you for
Heidi
calling Clerics.
Raymond.
I think you said Heidi Raymond. Is that correct? Transferring your call to Heidi Raymond.
Today's Friday, right?
Hi, you've reached Heidi Raymond, Director of Admissions for Clearbrook. I'm either away from my desk or on another line. Please leave a message and I'll return your call as soon as possible. For emergency assistance, please dial 0. If you'd like to reach me via email, my email address is hraymond.
Hi, Heidi Raymond. This is Vinny Sluga. I was calling in regards about a party at the Commons tomorrow in the afternoon at the park across from the Commons for Marty Beardrone. I know Marty Beardrone, and I was wondering if I could attend the party. If you have a chance, give me a call at 224-460-5106. Give me a call. It's urgent. Bye-bye.
To accept and set message options, press 1. To send now, press the pound key. To mark as high importance, press 1. To read high importance. To send now, press the pound. Message sent with high importance.
Dr. Berg, my
Goodbye.
7-year-old daughter just went through a colonoscopy to remove some polyps. You know, how on earth can this happen to a young child, and what diet should she be on? And then asserts, you are the best. Thanks.
So I'm just really curious what made you have that child have a scope in the first place. Maybe there's some severe inflammation and you wanted to find out what's going on. They found a polyp, which is more of like a side note, really. I have a whole video on polyps. You should watch that. But with kids, it's super important not to feed them grains because the gluten can tear up and irritate the gut. And also nuts are really hard on the gut too. Nuts and seeds and processed foods on top of that, and seed oils. It all just, I mean, think about this. The small intestine has this single cell layer, very, very thin layer, easily destroyed. And then now, no matter what you eat, it goes right through and can create inflammation because your immune system is right behind that wall. So now we have this inflammation, which then blocks the person's ability to absorb nutrients. They have nutrient deficiencies. They get bloating. They get pain. And then you go to a GI doctor, which doesn't necessarily even look closely at the foods. They're going to treat it with something. I always ask the question, how long do you have to be on this medication for? Because usually the answer is for the rest of your life, because the medication doesn't end up curing anything. Unless you're doing acute care and you're treating an infection, but I'm talking about chronic care. But the point is that I would put your child on the clean version of keto, but to probably more than likely avoid those nuts and peanut butter as well.
All right, very good. Well, that's a dramatic question, and I hope you find relief from that. Let's go to quiz question number 1 for the day, and that's for you to read, sir.
True or false? You can absorb vitamin D from sunlight while you're sitting behind a window.
Wouldn't that be great if true? Okay, let's go to good old Lady Biker from YouTube. What is the best way to treat or eliminate vertigo?
Vertigo is something which involves your equilibrium. You feel dizzy and disoriented. Usually, it could be either sinus congestion. You have an allergy that's gone back into the eustachian tube up into the inner ear. If that's not the problem, it could also be calcium deposits that have kind of broke off from the little anchors on the hair that should normally be there, but then they break off and then they're floating around. They create all sorts of issues. There's a couple things I did a video on recently that you could watch on how to push those calcium floating little things back where they should be by doing a procedure, but also to increase vitamin D and K2 especially. I would also add magnesium to help deal with this extra calcium problem. There's so many health problems that are related to calcium in the wrong place, calcification in the joints, in the arteries. So calcium is involved in muscle contraction and muscle relaxation, believe it or not. But the real controller, the master controller of calcium to prevent calcium
Your party suspension, you can enter it now or press the pound button for the staff directory, or make your selection from the following options. To reach the administrator, please dial 118. Director of... One moment, please.
You've reached Dee Dee Prohaska, Director of Clearbrook Commons. I'm currently out of the office, returning on Monday, June 29th. If this call requires immediate assistance, please contact the QADP of the individual you are calling for, and I will return all messages upon my return to the office. Thank you.
Hi, you reached Clearbrook Commons. If you know your party's extension... One moment, please.
Hi, official voicemail box of Jessica Nodown. Today is Monday.
One moment, please. The operator is not available.
Hi, official voicemail box of Jessica.
is
The person you are trying to reach is currently unavailable. Please leave a message after the...
Come on.
Magnesium.
Please leave your message for
Annie Sluga.
So most people are deficient, and I think if someone took more magnesium, they wouldn't get the leg cramps as much.
Hi, everybody.
It would prevent kidney stones. It would help their arteries. It would keep calcium in the right place, because so many people like even wake up in the middle of the night with cramps in their feet. Classic magnesium deficiency.
Oh, that's very hopeful. Okay, let's go to good old Red Robin from YouTube. I'm suffering from acid reflux. Please suggest foods or lifestyle that helps reduce the acidity or whatever. See, she says acidity. Maybe that's not the cure.
Yeah, it feels like you have too much acid in your stomach because it's regurgitating up through the valve on the top of the stomach up to the esophagus. So it's like, oh my gosh, I have too much acid. So you need to get rid of it, right? Take an antacid. That's what I did until I learned that actually it's just the opposite problem. You have a valve problem. The valve won't shut and keep that acid in there. And the reason it won't shut is because you don't have enough acid in the stomach, because that valve is controlled by the acidity. And so one really simple remedy is to acidify the stomach, and all of a sudden the valve shuts and you stop getting that reflux. So it's adding more acid, because just think about what most people do with acid reflux or GERD. They're taking an antacid, PPI, which, by the way, severe side effect is a magnesium deficiency. That's an aside note, but they're taking it and then, oh, I feel so much better. Next day it comes back. Keep taking it. How long are you supposed to take that? You realize that even on the label, it says don't take over eight weeks. There are people on that the rest of their life. So again, ask your doctor, how long do I have to be on this? And does this do anything for the root cause? And they'll say, well, yeah, it gets rid of the acid. Then why do I need to keep taking it? So it's kind of circular. The point is that take more acid to fix acid reflux.
All right, very good. Let's go to a wonderful mom working away with her beautiful child who just sat off her lap. Anyway, hi, Lena. Why don't you go with your one question for Dr. Berg?
I am struggling with ferritin. My numbers are at 18. My iron. great. Everything else looks great, but I don't know what to do.
Do you feel okay or do you feel tired?
Yeah, I'm always tired, thinning hair, all the symptoms.
Are you menstruating now or not?
Yeah.
Do you feel like you might be losing, you might be anemic?
I mean, I know I'm losing more than I should, and I've always been like that ever since I can remember.
There's a couple things that I would do. Of course, a lot of times people be told if you're low on ferritin, you better take iron. Well, I would just eat foods high in iron or take, but don't do the iron supplements because they're very corrosive on your body. Instead, there's a couple things I would do if I were you. I would do one thing at a time. The first thing I would do is I would either take liver pills or eat liver or eat more red meat, number one, because there's a lot of things in them that can actually help you balance out your ferritin. Ferritin is a protective kind of a shell to keep iron in your tissues. And so there's a lot of confusion on ferritin, especially if it's too low. They think that's really bad. Not always, because we don't want it too high. That means that there's like empty shotgun shells in your blood. That means you have too much free iron that's creating problems. But that's a side note. I think the best thing I would do for you is do one thing at a time. Try to increase more iron in your food first. Okay, see how you do. Secondly is to start taking more like a high quality B12 and folate, okay? Because that also will be great at increasing your energy and actually kind of helping your red blood cells normalize. The type of B12 that you need is not the cyanocobalamin. Do not take that one. I recommend taking hydroxycobalamin. That's different than methylcobalamin, because that one goes through all the different pathways. It's active form. It's really good. And then just take a methylfolate as a second thing to do after you try the iron thing. And let's say you did both of those and you're still having problems. Then I would go deeper, because there could be something else going on in your intestinal tract, which creates more inflammation, which is creating more issues. But people that take iron, especially in supplements, realize you're feeding your microbes as well. And there's always a catch-22. That's why I always recommend get it from the food.
Mama, what's for breakfast? Huh? I'm so hungry though. What's for breakfast? Huh?
Lena, thank you so much. And thanks for sharing your beautiful child with us. That's been really fun. And we hope you find some great relief. By the way, B12, Doc, a lot of people do shots. Is there any reason why you would do injections versus, other supplementation?
Well, they do it because it's, in some cases, if someone's really, really deficient. Other people want to get a direct B12 boost to get more energy. I don't recommend that. I talked to doctors who've done it for years that never do it anymore, because you're bypassing the normal absorption. And I do not recommend that. Here's the problem with B12. The B12 that goes in the stomach, if someone doesn't have a strong enough
Hold on, I can't hear you, Mom.
They can't break.
What'd you say? Because to find out about the party tomorrow, if to find out who's in charge of the comment, about the party. Well, isn't she in charge of the whatever, love, whatever?
12.
I'll just call Jessica, I'm not gonna kill my chances. Stop that. Now stop talking like that. I'm calling Jessica. You see what's going on. Now stop talking like that. You're being recorded, Mama.
Food correctly, because it's kind of in the protein part. And then there's also another part of it called the intrinsic
Wait till you see a surprise coming.
factor that helps.
Hi, extension 500, please. Okay, who do I speak to is in charge of the comments? Okay, can I speak? I can't speak.
He's on vacation.
Okay. This is called in regards of about a party tomorrow for Marty Beard.
Saturday?
Party.
For who?
A party
Okay, it's a party for who?
for Marty Beard Drone.
Okay.
And I was wondering if it's at the park tomorrow, and I was wondering if I'm invited because I'm one of Marty's best friends.
I don't know that. You know what? Jessica's going to be here tomorrow. Would you like to leave a message on her voicemail?
No, thank you. I left
Well,
already.
that's the way she's going to communicate with you regarding this party.
Okay, thank you anyway.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Absorb, and if there's inflammation in your gut, you can't absorb it. So a lot of people do have a problem absorbing B12. And then also the type of B12 that they're taking through supplements is terrible. Cyanocobalamin, are you kidding? Just the way they make it. I mean, I don't know. I don't want any cyanide in my body. But I'm going to do a video on B12, especially people have never heard of hydroxycobalamin, which is it's really the active form of B12 that goes in really easy, and it actually satisfies all of the different pathways. And that's as far as I'm going to get, Steve, because it's a little bit detailed.
All right, very good. Well, what we've gotten from that is a little cyanide a day will keep the doctor away permanently.
Ow.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you come here. Because you're being recorded.
Awful. Okay, let's see. Let's move on to Carly.
I told you I was sorry before. Watch your mouth. You're being recorded.
You watch your mouth.
I didn't say anything. I just said watch your mouth. You're being recorded, Ma. It's going on YouTube. You'll see it later. 3 hours and 58 minutes, and going on,
From Rumble.
But everybody on
if
YouTube.
Rootery, you can help me with that. Yogurt after 4 months is causing bathroom issues. Should you keep taking it or just give it up?
No, I think probably you have enough. I have.
Wait till you surprise, Mama. Well, surprise, huh?
You have enough, and maybe you should try some other probiotics or just probiotic foods with. So the L. reuteri is a keystone microbe that's involved with increasing oxytocin, and here you are taking this culture with just this one microbe in high doses, and I take it on a regular basis. I don't have any problems with it. I like it. It makes me feel good. There's not any problem with it, but just because it works on me doesn't mean that everyone needs a lot of it. So maybe you have enough, and there could be also other things in the culture that are creating a problem. Like you're taking half and half and you're adding inulin in there. And I don't know, maybe there's some casein in there that you're having problems with. It could be also other proteins in the milk. I don't know. So it might not be the L-reuteri itself.
All right, very good. Let's go to answering quiz question number 1, which asks the audience, true, false, you can absorb vitamin D from sunlight while sitting behind a window. And the audience seems to agree with me for what that's worth. 90% say and 10% are holding on that they're going to get some helpful vitamin D behind the window. Who's right?
So they used to have sanitariums back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, where they had, you'd go into a mountaintop resort and get sun. And then at some point, they put you in a room with a glass. And all of a sudden, those effects disappeared. Because, unfortunately, you don't get the very specific UV light that you need to make vitamin D because it gets filtered out with glass. So you don't get vitamin D behind a glass. Unfortunately, most glass out there also filters out infrared. So you have to actually pay extra for glass to not filter out infrared. But that's a whole different discussion. So the sun is super therapeutic. It increases nitric oxide, gives you vitamin D. It helps increase infrared. It also, the brightness, it's called lux. It comes in units. If you're out on a bright sunny day, you're getting about at least 100,000 lux of the sunlight, which, by the way, if some of that gets in your eye, which it should, it actually helps to keep the shape of the eyeball normal. If you go inside too much, you might get 300 to 500 lux of artificial light. And then your eyeball starts to malalign, especially if you're sitting in front of a computer. And then this is probably why a lot of kids are getting myopia or nearsightedness nowadays. I mean, a huge percentage. The solution is just more sunlight. But I'm not saying look into the sun, but allow some of that sun to get in your eye, especially in the morning.
That's great. Okay, so 90% of the audience guessed it, or not guessed it, knew it correctly. The other 10% felt they might get some benefit, but that's the whole point of the show. We're all learning together. So now that 10% understands that, no, you got to get out there and do it, along with thousands of other questions that we pose throughout the year, and that's how we all learn together. So that is terrific. And speaking of questions, let's go to quiz question number 2 for the day, and that's for you, Doc.
True or false? Spinach is an excellent source of iron.
Simple question. Hit it, audience. Okay, let's go to Sham Shady from YouTube. Should I be taking Tutka if I'm on blood thinners?
I looked at that. I didn't see contraindications, but here's the problem. Let's say you are on blood thinners and you're working with your doctor, and then all of a sudden you watch one of my videos and I say it's okay. Now I get in trouble. So I would try to work with your doctor and ask them, okay, so I shouldn't take it. Why? Can you give me evidence? Or is it just a hunch you have? Always get this data. There's too many people that are just...
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, Ma. I'm recording the call. See, hold on, I'm trying to find the damn phone here. It's being recorded.
For it.
Hey, Mike. I asked my dad to give you a ride, but he said no.
Oh, what's this shit, man?
Huh?
Why can't he freaking do it, man?
Because they It's too far away, and plus it's out of our way, and all the Commons is 5 minutes away from our house.
No, I want people. I'm gonna try Bill and another guy, and that's it. Now I can't go.
Sorry about that, bud.
I'll try Bill Mansour maybe tomorrow or so. I hope he can do it.
All right.
You know, I want him to do.
All right.
Not like him to do that. He used to always say yes to me. What is this, man?
Yeah.
Boy, is he trying to be mean now?
Who?
Your dad.
No.
He's turning me down, man.
No, he's not. He's just too busy to take me because the Commons is 5 minutes away from my house.
I know, but
You know? The Commons is 5 minutes away from my house.
is it?
It is.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, just shoot down the road to Campbell, and you're there.
Gonna try my luck with Bill, hopefully.
All right.
Got two more people I could try.
Yeah.
At this point, Marty, if I can't go.
Yeah.
All right, see you, man.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Without really having a good argument or a reason, especially when you get it into prescription medications, SSRIs. Like, let's you go to the doctor and is it safe? And they go, oh yeah, it's safe. Okay, well, get the data before you get on it, because once you get on it, it's really hard to get off of it. And it's called informed consent, and unfortunately, it's not enforced that much. But informed consent is someone has to show you all the side effects, all the harms, all the benefits, and then alternative. which they don't really get into either. So that's a big hole in the bucket. It's creating a lot of problems because if an average person really was informed on that drug before they take it, they would probably take it.
Okay, let's go to Debbie from YouTube. I broke my ankle last week, a non-disclosed fibula fracture. What is the best diet and supplements, I guess, that I'll add in to help that heal? Thank you, Dr. Berg.
I would keep in the low carb. I would do intermittent fasting. I would take a bit more foods to support bone health, which would be magnesium, collagen, zinc, boron, trace minerals.
Okay, very good. Let's go to, how about Puppy Lover 54 from YouTube? I have a large kidney stone and blood in my urine. Ouch. I don't want to take surgical routes. Is there another way out? I'm 71. Thank you. Oh, that's brave.
I wish I would have known what because I had a kidney stone too. And you talk about pain, severe pain in the middle of the night. It just wakes you right out of bed. Okay, so the kidney stone, first of all, you need to up your liquids to at least 2.5 to 3 liters of fluid a day. I would add electrolyte powder, but the big thing to help maybe shrink the stone would be start taking high doses of magnesium glycinate immediately. I would probably take 1,200 of magnesium glycinate, spread it out through the day, 4 or 5 times a day, because chances are it's a calcium oxalate stone, and your body makes oxalates and it comes from food, but if you have enough magnesium, it will help replace that connection and replace the calcium part, so it'll connect and give you some relief. The other thing I would do is I would manually with your hands kind of massage your abdomen on the opposite side of the kidney and just rub down, because sometimes if it's small enough, you might be able to at least push it down a little bit further into the bladder. That's what I did. Here I am sitting at the hospital. I'm like, give me morphine now. And I start massaging it, and all of a sudden it just popped right down to my bladder. And I'm like, I just felt something kind of like dropping, an instant relief. But the point is that magnesium. Yes, it's true. Lemons are good, but more liquid and magnesium would be your best bet on that. I should probably do an updated video on that, Steve.
Well, you probably should. I took a good friend of mine who was vomiting from a kidney stone, it turned out, into the hospital, and the emergency room nurse said, oh, he's got a kidney stone. I'd rather have 3 children at once than go through what I did with a kidney stone. So apparently it ain't no fun. All right, let's go.
No, you lose your sense of humor really fast.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was having a cheery time that started vomiting instantly. And anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I felt like vomiting.
Oh, okay. Quick question number 2, asked of the audience. And by the way, Sakib, I want you to go fetch your child because we're going to bring you on next. And I know he's the subject of that. So go ahead and get that done. And anyway, spinach is an excellent source of iron. 80% of our audience said it's true, and 20% said, no, it's not. So once again, Doc, what's the truth here?
It's false, because there's 2 types of iron. Okay, there's heme iron and there's non-heme iron. Spinach has the non-heme iron, not very bioavailable. Also, iron is loaded with oxalates. Out of all the foods, it's like really high. They got that oxalate thing again that actually does block part of the iron absorption as well. If you really want to get iron, you want to have a animal source. Animal meat, red meat, will give you a good source of iron.
All right, very good. All right, Sakib, it is now your time with your beautiful child who has a head of hair that I'm jealous with. And go ahead with your one question for Dr. Berg. Sakib, are you with us?
Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Berg, for this great opportunity to have one-on-one with you. I have a question. He's my son, 10 months old, and he has a severe eczema, atopic dermatitis as diagnosed by the doctors. And we have applied multiple creams, ointments, and steroids, both topical as well as the oral, but there is no success, and he's not cured. And this actually is eczema started from when he was 3 months old, and now he's 10 months old, and it's growing. It started from a small spot, and now he has many spots on. You can see there are some spots on his back.
Yeah, see that.
Yeah.
So what does he eat? What does he eat?
He eats, actually the formula that he is currently on is it's a goat formula, Candamil goat, and we switched started with Enfamil, then we moved to Bobby organic formula, and now he's on the goat formula, Candamil. And along with that, he eats, fruit purees, vegetable purees, and also some what else he eats? Sometimes he eats. Sometimes, very few times he has eaten wheat, but in very future. But most of the time he's eating fruit and vegetable purees, rice, sometimes potatoes, and he's on the Candamil goat formula. But the things are getting worse of applying all these ointments and steroids and those things. There is no benefit of this, what I feel. And
yeah,
things are getting.
So I think, what's that?
Things are getting worse when we are applying this. And now I have skipped everything. We are not applying anything, and we are just applying aloe vera gel. And he's getting better, but we have stopped giving him any kind of antibiotics or anything, because those are very short-term relief, and then comes with more severe eczema.
Right. So how old is he?
He's 10 months old. And another thing that I forgot is there are oozing wounds that have been created now. Those small eczema rashes has converted into oozing wounds because of applying those multiple things.
What are the odds of finding some breast milk from, I don't know if you have Leche League in your country, but breast milk is the ultimate healer for someone that age. Can you see if you can get some breast milk?
Oh, yeah. So I can request his mom because she started breastfeeding, but I think he was not, good with that. And then we moved to the formula milk. But you suggest that breast milk is a good option for that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Especially to heal the immune system, because the skin problem comes from the gut. So it's related to the food. A child's going to do best on the breast milk. I would find some source of it and start doing that immediately. And then I would also take some drops, just a little bit of drops of vitamin D3, because that's a natural support for the immune system, because usually those rashes are immune reactions. So it's all like trying to improve from the inside out. And then after, if you've tried everything and you still have a problem, there are certain types of light therapy that are the safest for the skin problem. But I wouldn't even worry about that right now. I think he needs breast milk. Even goat milk is better than cow's milk, but do the breast milk. Try to find somewhere.
Shakib, well, thank you so much. I appreciate your call. And listen, we pray that either way your child heals up, and that's wonderful. But if it does occur that you get some breast milk, we'd love to hear back and see, what the reaction was to that, because that would be just terrific.
Yeah, there's a couple people that I've worked with in the past that, these kids were literally had serious skin, like just raw on their body. Some were even 15 months, and got some breast milk and cleared everything up within 2 weeks, just completely cleared up. So I've seen it myself over and over and over and over. So that would be the easiest thing to identify.
All right, we're all pulling for you and your beautiful family, Shakib. So let's move on to what we call the mailbag, and this is Dr. Berg's great entry to a Facebook page that we get public questions from. So go ahead, sir.
Okay. I've been on keto for a month and my sleep has gotten worse. What could be causing that? Typically, what causes sleep problems with keto is one simple thing. You're getting rid of all this fluid. You're getting rid of too much sea salt or salt. So you need more sodium. Without enough sodium, your cortisol goes up and it keeps you from sleeping. Beef up your sea salt and your sleeping will get much better. I will give you my word on that. So do that. Add it to your food, add it to the water, whatever. Number 2, I'm still hungry all day, even after eating plenty of fat. The best thing to satisfy you of all the different foods, believe it or not, is protein. Go up with protein, nutrient-dense protein, and that is what is going to satisfy you even more than fat. Number 3, can OMAD, that means 1 meal a day, slow down my metabolism if I do it every day? No. Just make sure you have enough calories and all the nutrients. Okay? It's what destroys the metabolism is the multiple meals and the wrong meals, the high carb. Number 4, I lost weight on keto, but my belly fat won't budge. Why? Because keto is part of the problem. The other problem is the frequent eating. You want to do more intermittent fasting if you want to get rid of your belly, and to the point where some people need to actually eat 1 meal a day or even 1 meal every other day to fully get rid of all the liver fat and the belly fat. Number 5, why do I get dizzy when I stand up after fasting? Because your electrolytes are off. You need more salt and also potassium and magnesium when you're doing fasting. Very simple solution. Number 6, I was doing everything right on keto, but my blood sugar is still higher than I'd like. What should I do? When you go on a low carb diet, sometimes people will wake up and in the morning and have high blood glucose, or even during the day, it's still high. And that's because when someone's identified with a blood sugar problem, you got to realize that thing has been going on for decades, for a long time. And then here you are trying to fix it, but it's a bigger problem than you might think, and it takes longer to correct it. Even in diabetic, 80% of their blood sugar problem is actually coming from their own liver making that sugar out of things that are not carbohydrates. So you want to keep going with low carb, ride the wave, and then eventually it'll start healing up because it's going to take time. You're trying to heal insulin resistance. Number 7, what foods commonly trigger bloating, even if they're healthy? Usually the so-called healthy grains will cause bloating, nuts, seeds, and even fiber for a lot of people. So that's why the carnivore. And the last question, why do I wake up at 3 a.m. every night and can't fall asleep? In the past, I would say it's just purely cortisol, like from stress. But it's now, I think it's more of adrenaline from your blood sugar is going too low, and then the adrenaline rebounding, kicking in to raise the blood glucose because you have a blood sugar problem, not necessarily as much of a stress problem. So follow the healthy version of keto with intermittent fasting to fix your sleep.
Wonderful. Okay, here we go with more fabulous questions. Doc, number 3 for the day.
True or false, carrots are an excellent source of vitamin A.
Simple question. Can't wait for your answer, folks. Okay, let's go back to YouTube. Should I eat less red meat if I have arthritis?
It depends if that arthritis is coming from excess iron. So if you actually donate blood and you feel better, or you find you have a genetic problem with getting rid of iron, then yes, you need to reduce red meat. But typically, red's not the problem with arthritis. It's the carbs. So there's 2 types of arthritis. There's rheumatoid and there's osteo.
Hello?
What you doing, Vin?
Not much. Why?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Watching Shark Tank's a nice day out today.
Yep.
Yeah. Try to call Joe, no answer.
Yeah. I thought you blocked him.
I did block him, and then he calls me once in a while.
Yeah.
When he's in a good mood.
Yeah.
Yeah. What you guys been doing?
Not much. Not much.
Hanging around the house?
Yep.
That's good.
Yep. How about you?
I'm watching Shark Tank right now.
Yeah?
Yep.
Yep.
One of these days I have to see if I could find myself another icon for my Switch.
Yep. Boy, speaking of icons, did you figure out your fin code?
No, not really.
Because it should be under profiles, under your profile icon. And it says fin code on there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should-
I have to look again.
And take a picture of it too, so you can show me, you know, what it looks like.
Yeah.
And I know it's a fin code.
Yeah. You've been sitting outside today?
Yep.
That's good.
Yep.
What do you do? Read books outside?
Yep.
That's good. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. What's your brother doing?
Not much.
Yeah.
How about you?
Nothing much. Nothing much.
Yeah.
You?
Not much.
Yeah. Any
Yeah.
new movies did you see?
No. Not lately, no. You?
No, not really.
Yeah.
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 Did Jason call you?
Nope. Yeah.
You want me to call you later on tonight or 7?
It's up to you.
I don't know if you're busy around 7.
Well, I'll see.
Yeah. Because I don't want to call you during dinner hours.
Yeah.
When you're making dinner with mom and your
Yeah.
brother.
Yeah.
All right. I'll talk to you.
All right. Bye.
So
That was so good.
I have a lot of videos on this. If you have either one, you need to kind of do a bit more omega-3 fatty acids. I have videos on this, but I wouldn't start having less red meat. I don't think that's going to solve the problem unless you have an iron problem.
Okay, very good. Let's go to Donna from YouTube. Is there anything I can do to avoid knee surgery for my bone-on-bone condition due to a fall and my psoriatic arthritis? Did I say that right? Psoriatic?
Psoriasis,
Thanks.
psoriatic. Yeah. So I kind of I'm not, my whole thought is like let's do everything we possibly can to avoid surgery from the knee. There's bone on bone. So what can you do? Well, I just did a full video on the knee, so you have to watch that. But there are people that have bone on bone that seem to do okay. They seem to not have problems. They're not like jogging anymore, but they're able to cope with it fairly fine, and that's fine. But the couple areas I would look at would be stem cell therapy. So that's one thing. I would also, do the typical MSM, high doses of omega-3 fatty acids to reduce your inflammation and really strengthen the quads and your hamstring. For knee pain, the more quads or muscle that you have in your leg, the less the pain in the knee. There's nothing worse for knee pain than weak legs. Walking backwards really helps the knee because it actually reverses the flow. But strengthening the muscles around the knee are a really great thing too, and also keeping them symmetrical left and right.
Okay, I hate to butt in, but I think it's important. I'm 90% to bone. I gave up running a year ago after a lifetime of it, and I bought a bicycle. And for the last 4 months, I've been biking around the neighborhood 6-7 miles up to now. My knee pain is gone. I couldn't go up and down stairs for 2 years. Now I can. So just in my case, but I was supposed to get knee surgery eventually, and I'm not even going back for shots anymore. So biking for me fixed it.
Great.
All right, enough of that. Let's see. Let's go to Lisa from YouTube. Recently broke my clavicle and have numerous x-rays since. What's the best way to detox from all that radiation?
Honestly, I don't think there's a nutritional protocol for that. There is a sauna treatment. You can look up Narcanon for a big detox, but that would be more involved with also other chemicals in your body, other than the radiation. I don't think a couple x-rays of the clavicle are going to be that significant. I mean, take a look at me. I was an x-ray tech at one time. I would take the portable x-rays in nursing homes without any shielding. I've had many CAT scans, which have radiation, which is really even worse than an x-ray. I've had a lot of x-rays. But if you're just talking about the clavicle, I wouldn't necessarily worry too much about that, other than just enhance your overall body, keep it strong, build up a health reserve, and make sure you have a good immune system to deal with all these things that can potentially create damage to your DNA.
All right, very good. Let's go to answering quiz question number 1. We put it upon the audience to come up with these answers. And it asks, carrots are an excellent source of vitamin A. 35% of our audience said true, and 65% say no, carrots ain't no good for that.
Yeah, so carrots give you the precursor, the before thing to vitamin A, the thing that turns into vitamin A, but not very of a high percentage. So when the amount of carrots you would have to consume to get the active form of vitamin A, which is retinol, would be way more than you could possibly consume. So the answer is no. Carrots are not a good source of vitamin A. They're a good source of beta carotene, but that's the precursor. What is the best source of vitamin A is liver, of course, egg yolks, cod liver oil.
I'll be darned. I did not know. Okay, let's go to our final guest of the day. Last but not least, Sky. Sky, where are you calling in from?
Hi, Dr. Berg. My name is Sky Gula. I'm from Columbus, Ohio. How are you today, sir?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for asking. I do have a question. So it's relating to basically neurological symptoms. I was healthy and active until mild back sprain and allergic reaction to diclofenac in January 2025. Since then, I've had brain fog, balance and floor spacing issues, muscle rigidity, spasms, hypersensitivity to sound and touch, fatigue, heavy limbs, excited nerves, brisk reflexes, and motor control problems. But MRIs and a spinal tap were normal. When I did take the 5,000 IU of vitamin D3K2, my symptoms worsened. So more rigidity, frequent urination, or unable to, just odd symptoms. So from then, I went ahead and just watched a lot of your videos, specifically with magnesium. So recently, I have been taking magnesium glycinate, very low dose, 120 milligram for about maybe 2 weeks. And then I beefed it up maybe 4 days ago to 600 milligrams throughout the day, and significant improvement. I feel like when I go back into the sun, like currently right now, I'm trying to get my sun exposure 15, 20 minutes a day. And then when I come back in the house, I feel like the symptoms try to linger back, but they're not, as prominent as they were prior. So I'm thinking, is this a magnesium, severe magnesium issue, because also headaches? And then currently right now, the last time I tested, my vitamin D was at a 31. So I'm trying to figure figure out how to be that up, like you said, for
Hi, leave a message and I'll call you back.
Hi, Gma, it's Vinny. Give me a call when you have a chance. 224-460-5106. Give me a call back. Bye.
the 50 ranges and also still making sure I'm having enough magnesium to be the cofactor of that.
Let's go back. You said you took a drug, or you were exposed to a chemical. What chemical was that?
It was diclofenac of pain, but now everything's suppressing just from currently implementing magnesium. Like if you see my hand, like it's starting to open more. Before it used to. Like this, and I was doing physical therapy, and she was trying to get my hands to open up, and now taking magnesium, like they're starting to like want to come out more. So I'm like, is this a muscle rigidity? Like
Ding.
etc.
Hello?
Please leave a message. I'll get back to you when I can.
Please leave a message for. What's going on there? Oh.
Please leave your message for Sharon Sluga.
Hey Sharon, it's Vinny. Just want to see how you're doing. If you have a chance, give me a call. Busy weekend. Probably take Johnny out for Father's Day. Well, I'll tell you when you call me, okay? Give me a call at 224-460-5106. Give me a call. Bye.
To replay your message.
Hello?
Hey, Matthew?
Hey, Vinny.
Hey, it's Vinny. I was wondering, when can I come over and see the new doggy?
How'd you know we got a new dog?
Well, I saw you with him the other day with your dad coming out of the car.
Oh, yeah. We're walking him or something.
Yep, walking him. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I'll let you know. He's still a puppy right now, so we're trying to get him trained.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
All right, sounds good.
All right, bud.
Bye.
I'll talk to you later.
All right, bye.
Bye.
They're still trying to get that dog trained. They're my people, Mama. No, I make my people happy.
Yeah, it sounds to me like there's a combination between nerve. Issues and muscle issues and calcium. Magnesium is right on the heart of that. The reason probably why vitamin D did not help you is because vitamin D is dependent on magnesium. Vitamin D will not work without magnesium. B1, which is crucial for nerve endings, especially if you have sensitivity to sun, sound, light, is dependent on magnesium as the cofactor. So magnesium is right in the middle of this, all these other things that you're probably trying to patch up. So I think you've done the right thing by slowly increasing the magnesium. If someone is very, very deficient in the nervous system, which it sounds like you are, it could take months before you replenish that. And it's just a time, it's like taking time to kind of build up your body. But also that B1, I think, will be helpful over time. And then, of course, the vitamin D and the trace minerals like zinc slowly start building it up. But if you think about even like your hand, you have contraction, which is coming from calcium. And then that would be the worst thing to take, by the way. And then what happens that people think that when I relax the muscle, that's magnesium. Well, it's actually calcium being pumped out from your little pump that you have inside your cells that's dependent on ATP, which is then dependent on magnesium. So magnesium is controlling all these pumps and levers and machines and motors in the body. And I think that is, you stumbled on something exactly what you need to take more of and just give it more time. but I would also add in there probably a B1 because that's also a part of the it's right by that little mitochondria factory. You need more B1, and also anything nerve related to needs B1. So I think you're on the right track.
That's great, Sky. Thanks. Fascinating story. And we're so glad that you're finding some relief. So thanks for joining us with that fantastic story. And don't go away, Sky, because we want you to also ponder quiz question number 4. And there it is, Doc.
Why do some people who go on a low carb diet still have high blood sugars in the morning?
All right, audience, ponder that. And let's go to pros and cons. Let's see. No, Eric from Rumble. Could you share the pros and cons of stem cell or platelet-rich plasma injections to treat arthritis or other role in joint repair?
Well, I think the only con is the expense. If you're going to get stem cell, it's just expensive. And obviously, there's different levels of stem cell. You have getting stem cells that are not part of your body. And then you also have using tissues in the body, even your fat cells, that can extract your own stem cells. That's what I did. And you spin it down. Super expensive, but it can be very, very powerful. I do not endorse the little supplement stem cell thing that are really cheap that you just stick on your body, which is, I think, complete placebo. It's just a joke, because you can't just have some stem cells in a little sticker and stick them on your body. That's not how it works. Ideally, if you can get your parents, but this is too late because you're already growing up, get your parents to extract the stem cells from the umbilical cord, put them on ice, and then save them until you get older and then re-inject them into your body. Then that would be next level. I think maybe we'll do that someday, but that would be the absolute best thing you could do. The plasma injections are really beneficial as well. I think that's, it's not like a drug. You're using something that is actually reconstructing, building up the joints, helping heal the body. And again, it's like when you come down to it, only the body can heal itself. So you're using parts of the body or a stem cell or a plasma to heal itself versus some external drug, which doesn't ever do any healing.
All right, very good. Let's go to YouTube. And this person says, thanks, Dr. Berg, for the live show. And now it just jumped around. Let's see, let me go to another question here. How much L-Reuteri should I take daily? That's from YouTube.
So we recommend that you turn it into a culture so you actually can increase the amount of it, because it's hard to get the quantity in a little capsule. And so did a whole video on this. You can actually take half and half, take some L-Reuteri, little inulin, grow it into like a yogurt, and then take a nice large tablespoon or a little bit more each day. So I've been doing that. I have a video on it. I think the video I have on it is called something about depression and a microbe. I can't remember the name of it, but I'm sure if you went on my site, drberg.com, you can get the recipe.
Oh, okay. Very good. Let's go to YouTube once again. And can you address varicose veins without surgery?
It depends on how big they are. People with these varicosities, these huge veins, and they're, unfortunately, if they're just too big, it's beyond repair. So get them removed. There's different ways to do that. But if we just take it back, I'm always into prevention. Because I don't really know of a way to get rid of
Green alleys along the
really bad varicose. If it's just start.
The bugs warn me.
Thing, then
Hello, Amazon.
Take a picture. That thing. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. I say green alligators and long neckies on the camels and the lollipop, lollipop, lollipop. Boom, boom, boom. Jason! Jason! Love you small unicorn. The remote? Oh, I was gonna say the remote. They chipped me. Chipped me on the remote. Yes, they did. Come on. Protective adhesive on here. Okay. I'm very high.
I think you could probably get rid of it by more exercise and more activity, more blood flow through exercise, because the venous supply of the vascular system is pooling and it's becoming atrophied. And so the more you can get that blood flow versus sitting all day, standing all day, that's the worst. So yeah, that's what I would recommend, more exercise.
What just happened? I didn't turn it off. Did your TV reboot like that? Put this out all over again.
Bluetooth disconnected.
Nope, I missed the connection.
Bluetooth connected.
Now, I was hoping you guys wouldn't notice, but you've clearly seemed to have spotted this. I tried to hide the thing, but the comments have noticed what's going on here, and I've got a whole boatload pile of questions. So this is going to be a Q&A type of sort of update video. Nothing special, nothing crazy, but I do want to answer a few questions. And since I make videos, I figured I'd do it in a video form. So question number one, where has my Silverado been? It's been parked at my house. This is not my Silverado. It is a Duramax. Actually, this is a super rare gem of a Duramax because this has the 6-speed manual ZF transmission. That's a 1% build out of all of the trucks that were ever made of this body style with a Duramax. Only 1% of them got that 6-speed ZF, and there's probably none of them left except for maybe this one and 6 other ones. And one of them is in my shop, which I'm actually kind of thrilled that I was able to get to work on a 6-speed Duramax. I've never seen one in my life before. So moving on, we got a fuel tank out of this one. But my Duramax is at home in my yard. I haven't really been driving it because well, let me show you. I acquired this little beater Chevy Blazer over here for a $1,000 car. I couldn't help it, so I bought a $1,000 car thinking I was going to have a $1,000 ride for gas money, and I had to put $1,000 into it so far. But I've been driving this thing around just because it's easier to drive, and it takes up less parking spaces around here, and we're kind of crowded, so I try to be a little conservative with my parking spaces. So that's why I have not really been driving the Duramax, because I haven't had to move any trailers. I will soon, because the scrap metal trailer over here in the corner, that thing's starting to get a little full. So I do need to drag the Duramax out of hibernation so we can turn in all that scrap over there. And then over here, back to our Q&A session, what's going on with your wife unit's Tahoe? I'll show you. It's a 2015 Tahoe, and it broke in the most spectacular of ways. I've made 2 videos on the teardown and repair attempt so far. I will leave them down in this video's description, and I will leave them in order in the comment section. So if you'd like to see and get caught up on what's going on with this here Chevy Tahoe, just take a gander in the comments and you will see. But we have no powertrain. There's no motor in here. We got a transmission sitting on a ratchet strap. but the engine's out. She is bare bones, stripped, kind of empty. It's very sad, actually. So the reason we had to do that is because this truck developed a misfire while driving. It was a dead cylinder misfire. Cylinder number 8 just all the way shut down, and it was it did not run very well. And the reason that it misfired is fuel injector number 8, which was that one. Fuel injector number 8 had failed. These fuel injectors have an electronic solenoid inside of them, which is basically just the valve. When the ECM decides it wants fuel to be sprayed out of the injector, it'll send power and ground to the connector. It'll open that little valve. That little valve lets our high pressure fuel spray in through the nozzle. And that's how the engine receives its fuel from the camshaft operated high pressure fuel pump. Okay. It's a direct injection engine. Well, the problem is while I was attempting to replace the fuel injectors, I bought the whole set. I got all 8, not just one. The problem is injector number 6. Here's some of it. Injector number 6 got stuck inside of the cylinder head. Being a direct injection engine, these fuel injectors go all the way into the combustion chamber, and it sprays the fuel directly into the chamber for a very, very good complete burn, which makes massive amounts of horsepower. And what had occurred is that injector got stuck. Find it real quick. It got stuck in the hole, which goes all the way through the head, right here, into the chamber. So because it got stuck and it broke off, I broke it off. I welded a nut to it and tried to spin it, but the corrosion in there was so heavy that it was lodged in. So I had to pull the cylinder head off and then jam that injector tip out from the combustion chamber side with a chisel and a hammer. So I've got the thing out, and the cylinder head is savable and reusable. So I proceeded with the repair of the vehicle. Now, what would have just been hey, let's throw a head on this, or let's pull the head off, fix it, throw injectors into it. That could have just been the job, but I kept looking and I found more things broken. So let me show you what I found. If I can find the thing that I found. These are all the parts and whatnots. I'm not going to find the exact one, but I'll just use this one as an example. This is one of the push rods, okay? The push rods are operated off of the lifters. So that's a lifter down inside that little bucket there. Push rod sits inside of it, comes up through the cylinder head, and then that's going to actuate on the rocker arm, which is what's going to actuate the valves and open and close the valves. So the lifters, those run off of the lobes on the camshaft. As the camshaft rotates around, it opens and closes said lifters. Well, what had happened, here it is. What had happened is when I took that cylinder head off, I noticed that one of these push rods had some damage to it. You guys see that? Whoa, that was fast. Hang on. Whoa, too much there. Slow down there, hot rod. Yeah, what had happened was I noticed that bit of damage. I'm like, hey, that's not good. Then I did the roll it around check on the flat surface, and what I had noticed is this push rod was bent. Not a lot. There's a slight bend in it, okay? So what's that mean? What that means is the cylinder deactivation system. That's right. This is a V8 engine, and it can deactivate cylinders 1, 4, 6, and 7, and it can turn this V8 into a 4-cylinder. It's a fuel economy thing. The way that it does that is these little lifters right here. You see that hole inside of it? Well, these little lifters will receive oil through these little passages right here, okay? That oil will pump up a plunger inside of that lifter, and it'll make that lifter collapse and become shorter. When it collapses and becomes shorter, the valves can no longer open and close, and then the computer just turns off fuel to those cylinders, effectively turning it into a 4-cylinder. And the reason it closes the valves is to mitigate friction and parasitic pumping losses of moving and compressing all that air charge. So it just closes the valve, leaves the air in the piston. The air works as like an air spring, so to speak, and it helps that inert piston, temporarily inert piston, continue to function up and down without providing a parasitic loss to the crankshaft and the engine's output, okay? So because I had to pull the cylinder head off, I had to pull out the push rods. And when I pulled the push rods out, I found the one that was bent. And because I found the one that was bent, I knew that lifter was failing here on number 6. Now, if you ignore that, or if it fails catastrophically, what will occur is that this lifter will rotate inside of that bore right there. So it's supposed to line up, that little roller is supposed to line up with the lobe on the camshaft. That's a friction reduction technique right there. Some of these used to be solid back in the day, and here in modernity, we install these little needle bearing rollers on them. Well, what happens is this thing will rotate and turn. So now it's no longer rolling against the camshaft. It's sitting there spinning, doing whatever it wants, and the cam starts to work away at the little roller there, and the roller starts to work away at the cam. When that happens, it starts dumping all those metal shavings down into the bottom end of the engine, and then that metal proceeds to migrate through the oil system, and then it takes out the entire engine. So that has not occurred. So the reason that the engine is out of it is found the head, or I had to pull the head off because of the bad fuel injector, found the bent push rod. So I decided, since the push rod was bending and that the active fuel management system was already failing, it was in the process of failing, I would go ahead and just remove that system entirely, because that is the Achilles heel of like every single Chevrolet V8 since like 2007. And they keep redesigning it, and it keeps re-failing. So they keep redesigning it, and it keeps re-failing. And so now we're just going to remove all of that ridiculous stuff so my engine can actually last. Does that make sense? Good. So because of that, you have to change the camshaft. If you're going to delete it, the cam has to go away. We don't want to run the DOD camshaft on a non-DOD or AFM. DOD stands for cylinder deactivation, or I'm sorry, displacement on demand. AFM is active fuel management. Now you know the acronyms. They're kind of the same thing, but a little bit different. So anyway, because the system's going to get deleted, the camshaft has to be replaced. Now, the reason that the engine's out again is I had to pull the camshaft out. Now, normally on a Chevrolet platform, you've got the space out front to get the cams out. And I did. I pulled the radiator and cooling package out of it, and I had the space to get the cam out. But I couldn't get the timing chain off of it. Why not? Well, the oil pump was in the way. But I couldn't take the oil pump off because the wires going to the solenoid for the oil pump come up from the pan and are attached to the timing cover. Well, I couldn't get the wires off, and I couldn't get the timing cover off because I had to disconnect the connector from the oil pump. But I couldn't get to the connector from the oil pump because it had an oil pan on it. So I took the motor out. I pulled a Dave's Auto Center, pulled the motor out because it was just way easier to do this job properly with the engine out of it. At the same time, with the engine out of it, it'll be a much easier time to actually do the repair work on this. And I can clean it up, maybe paint it if I feel so inclined. But the best part was I got a chance to inspect the internals. And what I found was incredible in here. This engine is remarkably clean for being a 200,000 mile engine. So I popped one of the caps off. I popped a rod cap off. I've looked at the bearings here and here. They are mint, fantastic bearings. So I'm not going to rebuild this. I'm not going to re-bearing it. I'm not even going to pull the pistons out of it. I can actually see the bottoms of the oil control rings. If we look down hard enough, you won't be able to see. It's too dark in there. But there are some relief cuts in the skirts of these pistons, and it allows me to catch a glimpse of the oil control ring around those pistons. There is 0 carbon on those oil rings. So if there's no carbon on the oil rings, there's no carbon between the rings, there's no reason to remove this engine, or remove the rotating assembly from it rather, because the crosshatch on these cylinder walls is absolutely fantastic. Camera's not going to pick it up, but it's got a really good crosshatch on it. I don't see any reason to go and put all that extra work into it. Yes, I realize it's 200,000 miles, but it looks mint. It has no piston slap. It's a quiet, good compression engine. So what we're going to do is slap a cam in there. We're going to hot rod it a little bit. I did call Texas Speed yesterday, and I ordered a camshaft, and I ordered a set of LS7 lifters. I ordered the lifter buckets. I got a Melling oil pump on the way, new set of fuel injectors. I'll get a new high pressure pump while we're here because that's been there a while. And basically we're going to put this thing back together and create the hot rod version of my wife unit's 2015 Chevrolet Tahoe. So that is where we're at. That's the update. I'm not rebuilding it, but I'm like halfway rebuilding it, if that makes any sense. So hopefully that answered the questions that I've been seeing in the comments about the trucks and the cars. So right now I'm driving a little beater thing. Lauren's got a rental, and her car is got an engine sitting over there waiting on parts to show up. So that's kind of where we're at. The truck's at home, but I'll probably pull it out this week to do that trailer run. So I think that should probably conclude the update at this time. So all that being said, let me know what you think about this update video. If you have any further questions, please feel free to register them in the comment section down below, and then I can make another update video for you guys. So all of that being said, as always, thank you guys for watching. Appreciate you being here. See you on the next one in a transmission.
Fortunately, if they're just too big, it's beyond repair. So, I mean, get them removed. There's different ways to do that. But if we just take it back, I'm always into prevention because I don't really know of a way to get rid of really bad varicose veins. If it's just starting, then I think you could probably get rid of it by more exercise and more activity, more blood flow through exercise, because the venous supply of the vascular system is pooling and it's becoming atrophied. And so the more you can get that blood flow versus sitting all day, standing all day, that's the worst. So yeah, that's what I would recommend, more exercise.
Okay, let's see. Let's go to Ruhini from YouTube. What is the best natural way to reverse high blood pressure, sugar levels?
High blood glucose or high pressure? Which one?
Okay, it is high blood sugar levels, excuse me.
Okay, yeah. Well, very easy. Don't eat sugar. And don't eat hidden sugar. That's starch. So this is starch. Avoid starch and sugar. And what's going to happen over time is that your body's going to actually help. At first, you have to realize high sugar is diabetes. Diabetes, once it's diagnosed, that's very late on the chain of events, okay? People say, oh, I just got diabetes, like it's a new thing. No, you've had this condition for 10 to 20 years. It's been brewing in the oven. They've been focused on your blood sugars. They had never tested fasting insulin. And so, in other words, realize there's a chain behind it, a chain of events. And if we take it earlier and earlier and earlier, it comes down to lifestyle factors. The biggest one is diet, eating too many of the wrong foods. This is why we recommend the healthy version of keto. Because once you're diagnosed, if you look at the cause, they'll say, well, we don't know. multifactorial, could be some genetics. Someday we'll find out, blah, blah, blah. In the meantime, take this medication to get rid of, not the cause, because the cause is unknown, just to keep managing your blood sugars, which you will have to do the rest of your life. If you even take a look at, does it necessarily extend your life when you lower blood glucose with medication? Not necessarily. So here, what are you trying to do? So again, I think this is why a lot of the things that I'm promoting is like, listen, there are clinical trials that show that lifestyle can actually be better than drugs on various chronic disease. Right now, chronic illness with all the additional expenses is coming out to 5.3 trillion, okay? In my past videos, I was like 4.7 trillion. Now it's $5.3 trillion. And most of it, 80% of that money is going to chronic illness. These are illnesses that have literally an unknown cause. 90% of it is unknown. First of all, I don't believe that. Secondly, it keeps the whole system managing the problem and not correcting it.
Wow, what a great scam. All right, let's go to quiz question number 4, which asks to the audience, why do some people go on a low-carb diet and still have high blood sugars in the morning? And 32% of our respondents say it's sugars in the liver. 17% say adrenaline from sugar imbalance. 17% say sleeplessness. 17% say eating too close to bedtime. And the final 17% say it is cortisol. Boy, some smart audience answers, I guess.
So again, we're talking about blood sugars. By the time you have a problem with blood sugars, realize that it's been going on a very long time. Now, having that knowledge should tell you that, well, maybe it's going to take time to reverse. But in the meantime, what happens during the night is your liver will then make more blood glucose, and despite what you eat, and that's called the dawn phenomenon. And so the reason for that is you have a problem with the liver. You have too much insulin resistance. So there's mixed messages going on. And so the solution is to keep going on low carb longer to the point where you wake up in the morning and your blood sugars are not high. And that sometimes takes several months. But the confusion of that is thinking that, why does it take several months? Because the problem is much bigger than you thought, and it's been going on a lot longer than you thought.
All right, very good. Let's go with our final quiz question of the day, and it's for you to read, Doc. There it is.
Okay. How could someone who does the keto diet actually gain weight?
Awful. Okay. Let's see. Let's go to The Woo. What a great handle from YouTube. Please share your advice on the best ways to take vitamin D3. Is it okay to take it with my vegetables?
Yeah, you could take it with your vegetables because you normally have olive oil, right? Or butter. But it is fat soluble, so it could be beneficial if you buy a vitamin D3 without any fat in it. Sometimes it comes with the fat. Then you'd probably be best to take it with fat or a meal with some fat in there to get a little bit better absorption.
All right, very good. Let's go to Jerry from YouTube. What are the best supplements for the horrible diverticulitis flare-ups?
Collagen powder would be good, but those are that's it can act as a supplement. But in reality, it's what to avoid that's more important. So any type of inflammation in the gut, if you did carnivore, you would get a lot of relief. Do that for a period of time, see how it goes, so you can heal up the gut. Versus continue to eat like you're eating and trying to take a supplement to fix it. Listen, that's what I tried. My solution when I was really, really sick, when I was 28, is to, I think just adding more vitamins and more remedies never worked because the foundation, the diet was so bad. So learn from the mistakes of others and Steve.
Oh yeah, believe me, I got a list. Okay, Corporate TV from Rumble. Should someone with ulcers be taking probiotics?
I don't know. I think someone with ulcers should be taking the right thing. They should be taking zinc carnosine. Cabbage just happens to have vitamin U, which it's actually a vitamin that actually is good for ulcers too. So as far as probiotics, it really depends if you have another condition that usually kind of could be associated with it called SIBO, which small intestinal bacterial overgrowth, which you might not have, but just purely ulcers, probably not.
All right, very good. Let's see. Let's move on to Tars Habs 51 from YouTube. I can't keep up with these handles. What are your thoughts about taking moringa? Moringa. Thank you. What are the benefits?
So it's a tree. They have these leaves that you can take, grind it up. It's nutrient dense. If you're trying to get your vitamins from plants, it's not. You can get antioxidants for sure, and probably vitamin C. But I think you're going to get more nutrient dense from shellfish, liver, red meat, amino acids as well. But moringa, I mean, it's not terrible, but I wouldn't take it as a way to get more nutrients.
Okay, very good. Before this slips away, hi, my doc. My name is Marish from India. My wife complains of nerve pain in the neck and hands. Also, her legs swells up. Can you please help? And I guess diet.
So you go back to the. I know in India I know this is hard to believe. They do have a lot of carbs. So of course I would look at that. Look at your food. Correct that first. But for the nerve problem, B1, natural B1 is the best thing. But sometimes that doesn't work if you're magnesium deficient. So magnesium is the cofactor to allow B1 to work, to allow vitamin D to work, also to allow vitamin K2 to work. So I'm telling you, that's why I keep doing more videos about magnesium, because I've learned so much about it. I'm like, wait a second, people need to know this. So, but it's fascinating, and people are responding to it really nicely when they take it. They feel better.
Wonderful. Okay, final quiz question of the day. We slid under the wire, and it asks, how could someone who does the keto diet actually gain weight? And 25% of our respondents say it's not doing healthy keto, so doing some other thing. 50% say gaining muscle, so that's a good weight gain, I guess, and too much snacking, 25%.
So all those are legitimate answers, but there's one thing that stands out a bit more. If you're doing keto, without doing intermittent fasting is different than going on a low carb diet. If you're not doing intermittent fasting and you're making all these keto bombs and these cookies and you're having them as a snack between the meal and you're eating an unlimited amount of food, it's all low carb, you're not going to lose weight. So this is why the combination of intermittent fasting. Now, some people will say, well, what's really doing it is the lower calories, lowering your calories. I disagree. And I have videos on why, but it's when you do intermittent fasting, you're taking the body back to a point where you're mimicking how that environment that we evolved from, our ancestors. And this is probably a good way to plug a new book that I'm done with. It's just being put together right now, and it's called Change Your Environments with an S. And it's the absolute best way to diagnose any problem. Instead of trying to get complex, just scan through a person's environments with an S, like their food environment, their sleep environment, their exercise environment, their office. And then what you do is compare that to your ancestors' environment, like how our bodies evolved from. And then you just look at each environment and you're going to find some interesting things that pop out, like huge gaps, things that are not matching. They're mismatching. That is where the problem is. That's where the root cause is. That's how you fix it. So these environments are not external to you. They're just part of your life. And so this book kind of looks at those environments, helps you implement the good habits in those environments, starts to plug in the things that are missing to the point where you have a much better lifestyle. What's really cool about this as well is that you don't necessarily have to rely on willpower anymore. Because if you set up your kitchen and your pantry, if there's no junk food in that house, it's going to make it really hard to eat junk food because it's not present. If we also make it easy to exercise, then you'll follow it more, versus just trying to operate on a willpower and discipline alone, which you can't because we are living in an environment that's designed for addiction. So anyway, stay tuned for more information on this book, but I like it. I'm happy with it. It's going to really help a lot of people. So on that note, have a wonderful weekend. I will see you next week.
Can I close my 30? I don't know. Can I close it? Yeah. Almost. Almost. Okay. I'm coming. fucking presser. Dumb fuck. That pisses me off. Call him up, Ma. I'll call him up. What are you looking at? Gay sex?
Yeah, gay men.
Mom! Mom! Dad's looking at gay men. Never mind, he hung up.
Please wake up.
Hey, Ma? Ma? Come here. No, you come here. Ma, come here. I'll ask you a question. No, you come here. It's being recorded. I already said it. Is they like gay men? Do you think there's kids sura? Do you think there's kids sura? What do you say he's watching gay men? You know? That's what he said, Ma. That's what he said, Ma. He is. Trust me. Why do you think? Damn, I don't need a fucking chick. Bastardo. I don't need a bastardo checking about me. Let's just go on YouTube, you know? Let's go live on YouTube. Let's go on YouTube, Mama. You can take a look. It's gonna call My Dad Looking at Gay Men. I'm gonna tell Sharon. I am so trouble. I want to tell your sister.
Okay.
Are you
What do
looking?
you want? You want,
Large Coke, regular.
okay.
You know?
I'll be right back. I'll speak to Horn.
All right. Hurry up.
Okay. Okay, bye.
All right, so I'll tell the whole neighborhood.
Hey, who was that guy and his son arguing with each other?
What guy and his son?
I don't know. They were in a silver Toyota in front of our house. Slamming doors and saying insults to each other.
Some bastardos, I guess.
Okay.
That's Italian for bastards, you know?
Yeah, well, I apologize if I upset my son. I'd say I'm sorry. But I don't expect my son to apologize to me.
I'm gonna watch Gay Men right now. Bye. Put me on the camera. Fucking camera. Quit turning the air conditioning. It's warm in my room. Turn the air conditioning on. Yeah, it's not warm in my room. I also want to get porn. I watch this get a down video and screen record it on YouTube. I'm not going to record it. That's conversation. You know, there's so much trouble with my little sister. You know? I'm gonna call Sharon and tell him what she said. I am. Tony! Hey, Bill Show!
Power on. Bluetooth.
Hey, Build Show, Steve Basic Architect. I am out here in our off-site build. Yes, we have some excitement brewing here because, as you know, we're doing a whole series on mechanical systems, but I've jumped outside. We are looking at Space Pack's air-to-water systems. Yeah, that's what we're looking at here. These are air-to-water heat pumps. The only thing that goes in and out
Please leave your message for Sharon
Sluga. Hi, Sharon, it's Vinny. Give me a call. Johnny said something inappropriate to me. He said something inappropriate about gay men. Give me a call. 224-460-5106. 224-460-5106. Surgeon, give Johnny a call. Bye. Surgeon.
To replay your message.
out of the house is chilled water and warm water. Everything is done inside of this unit. All the are in.
Sluga Hypnosis, how can I help you? This line is recorded. This call is being recorded.
So I'll let you know I talked to your sister, told her what you said in the car, you know?
Yeah, okay.
So she wants to talk to you right
This
now.
call is being recorded.
Okay, I'll talk to her.
All right, bye.
Inside this external unit. So we have a lot to unpack. We got Jason from Meridian Plumbing and Heating, and he is a wealth of knowledge. So let's catch up with Jason and let's talk air to water.
Come see Steve Basic at Build.
I'm hungry.
I'm sorry, but I got your drink right here.
Where is it? Why are you?
McDonald's.
So, Jorge, give me a pie. You Jorge?
Now I got something else.
Are you coming here?
Yeah, I think I dropped the pop off.
Alright.
All right, see you in a little bit. Bye.
Are you coming home?
Yeah, I'm coming home right now.
Straight home.
Straight home.
Because I'll talk to you.
Straight home.
This is being recorded on YouTube. What you said. And I'll play it for you. So hurry up, okay? Bye.
Show live. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description for tickets. Code Steve26 for 25% off.
All right, so we made our way over to what I like to call the dirty side of the house. Now, get your mind out of the gutter, because the dirty side of the house really means, where do we put these behemoths, right? I mean, they need a home to go because of their size, but they also have some clearance dimensions that are associated with it. Heights off of the ground, heights away from the wall, fans, et cetera, et cetera. We're going to unpack all of that with Jason here. But Jason, I'm going to literally start with you and let you take over. So tell us, like, on the most fundamental level, like, what are we looking at here? What's its purpose? What is this thing doing?
So this is the SpacePak CC3260. This is a 5-ton air-to-water heat pump. This is a fantastic heat pump. This is the exact same heat pump that I have at my personal house. What we're doing here is, unlike a mini split or an air-to-air heat pump system, right? We're piping a water glycol mix from the inside, from our buffer tanks and our batteries, out here to this heat pump, and we're doing all of the work heating and chilling that water out here. Refrigerant never enters the building at all, and that's important for a couple of reasons. The largest of which is that we're currently going through a refrigerant changeover where the EPA is changing the chemicals that we're allowed to use as refrigerants, and the new refrigerants are mildly flammable. Well, that doesn't matter to us because all of our mildly flammable refrigerant is contained out here. It never enters the building. In the future, what they use in Europe is R290, which is essentially propane as a refrigerant. They're not burning it, they're using it as a refrigerant. Obviously, propane is highly flammable, but it's also a terrific refrigerant. It hits higher temperatures at higher efficiencies. And when that technology comes here, it's a pretty quick and easy swap out to change this to an R290 heat pump. In fact, SpacePak will have them available. They're probably going to have the same piping connections or very similar. So you could switch this out really easily and get an increase in efficiency and higher output temperatures if you need them. And none of that is going to matter to you as a consumer because that refrigerant is never going to enter your house. It's only water and glycol. So they're also very, very safe and very, very future-proof, which are two of the big reasons that I advocate so heavily for air-to-water heat pumps, beyond the fact that we also get superior dehumidification when we're working with water. Houses that are well-built, such as this one here, dehumidification is a really important consideration.
And you said, you know, air to water. So to be crystal clear on that concept, we're basically, regardless of what the temperature is outside, we're here climate zone 5, it can be 0 degrees below zero. This machine is still extracting heat energy out of the air and putting it into the water.
That's correct, Steve. These are rated down to -22.
Now, in the summertime, which we're here now, they kind of work in reverse. It's bringing heated water to this unit, and the unit is expelling the heat energy into the air and sending back cooler water.
That's correct, Steve. So these, during the summer, if you were to stand out here, there's going to be hot air coming out of these fans, and that's because all the heat from this house behind us is being removed and it's being spit out through these fans into the air out here, where it doesn't matter to anybody except the service guy standing in front of it and melting.
Now, that being said, I could see that it's on the stand, and I do know, I mean, there's specific clearances. We have to get this out of the snow because we can't just set it on the ground. It has to be, because this is a fan, it needs air on the backside here, so that as it pulls that air, it has an adequate supply. You can't put this up against the house, for instance. And then obviously we have all of our chilled lines. Can you speak a little to the dimensions and the requirements of placing one of these?
So where you place it and how you place it is going to depend on where you are in the country. If you're someplace where you don't get snow, these don't have to be stood up like this off the ground as high. You're still going to want to place it off the ground because he's going to defrost. Or if you're using this in an application where you're making domestic hot water, the amount of water that's going to drain out of the bottom of this thing in defrost or just as a byproduct of cooking hot water during the summer is going to be quite impressive. There's a lot of water that comes out of these things. So you always want to stand it up a little bit, but blocks are fine if you're not in a snow climate. Here in Massachusetts, the National Electric Code that we've adopted here requires a 3-foot service area for this panel here. This is where we service it on this side. So we need a 3x3 open. So we need a 3x3 open space in front of this to be able to safely conduct service on this. The units, we like to see them, the minimum is 16 inches from the building to the back of the unit, but we try to space them out a little bit further when we can because you can never have too much airspace moving across these. Other considerations are weight. This thing weighs 480 pounds roughly. You know, you want to put it on sure footing so that it's not going to move around. There's
Hey, Melcho. See, Miss Architect. Yes. Hey, Melcho. See, Miss Architect. Yes.
Hey, Bill. Hey, Bill Show, Steve Basic Architect. I am out.
Yuck, Tom. What kind of food you gave me? What kind of food you gave me?
Beans and rice, or do you want mashed potatoes?
Beans and rice.
Okay.
All right.
Feel good.
All right. Bye. Don't forget chicken.
We're having chicken later, right?
Yeah?
Okay.
You sent from Chickies, remember?
Yeah, I'll share some of mine with you.
Don't forget the biscuits.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, Bill Show, Steve Basic Architect. I am out.
Goodbye, everybody. End of stream.